Every now and then, remember what the world felt like when you were small. And looking down at them, I see it hasn't changed at all. So while they're standing beside you, won't you tell them the score? Won't you tell them a story of the days in the way back when? Every now and then.
This is the facade or front of our house. The porch is a very special kind of room, half inside and half outside, half public and half private. It's the perfect place to watch the world pass by on a summer evening, or maybe to watch a spring thunderstorm, to catch the first scent of autumn, or watch the snow fall from a winter sky. This is the facade or front of our house.
Houses today make use of any number of materials for their outside walls, everything from cement to glass blocks to steel. These walls are made with red bricks.
But aren't bricks a real old way of building?
As old as the hills. Bricks are made by taking a certain kind of earth called clay, shaping it, then baking them at very high temperatures in an oven called a kiln until they get hard.
We built our house using the very same stones that we cleared off our farmland. We used mortar to hold them together, and as was the custom, we saved the very best and smoothest stones for the hearth, where we'd get a chance to see 'em. Our old stone house will probably last forever. It's got walls 2 feet thick.
Wow, you must have had great windowsills to sit on.
That we did, lass, but stone houses have very small windows, and not much daylight gets through. The cold does, though. No stone wall is thick enough to keep out Old Man Winter.
When I think of our old clapboard house back in the 20s, I think of paint. You see, the house was wood from top to toe. Walls, sills, and doors, and if it wasn't protected by a coat of paint, the weather would start to rot it soon enough. Dad and I would finish painting the house one summer, and a couple of years later, it'd start looking a little faded, and you could bet your bottom dollar that in another year it'd be time to get out the paintbrushes again, and there would go another summer.
That must have been worse than cleaning our rooms.
When I was little, the back of our house was still covered by the original boards. There was no insulation in the walls, so winter nights in my bedroom were cold and drafty. The wind seemed to blow right through the walls. When my parents got the house shingled, though, it got a lot warmer. The radiator in my room no longer froze on January nights, and neither did I. Houses today make use of any number of materials for their outside walls, everything from cement to glass blocks to steel. These walls are made with red bricks.
But aren't bricks a real old way of building?
As old as the hills. Bricks are made by taking a certain kind of earth called clay, shaping it, then baking them at very high temperatures in an oven called a kiln until they get hard. Nowadays, builders use materials from around the world to build a house. Aluminum from South America, wood from the American Northwest, copper from the Rocky Mountains.
That's like having the whole world built right into your own home.
But it wasn't always that way. In the past, folks built their homes using whatever raw materials were near at hand. If they lived near a forest, they used wood. If they built on rocky land, they used stone. And if there was neither wood nor stone, then they built with clay or sod. But you know something funny? Even though today we can make our houses almost any shape we want, We usually choose to build homes that look like the ones our ancestors built hundreds or even thousands of years ago.
I know. Those are the shapes that feel the best.
This is the facade or front of our house. Metal gutters are attached to the edges of the roof, which catch rainwater as it runs off the roof and keeps it from dripping on your head.
It'd be more fun if it dripped on you.
Maybe so, but rain gutters and downspouts also keep all that water from making the ground around the house muddy and soggy. It just couldn't absorb the hundreds of gallons of water that would pour onto it from the roof during a heavy storm.
Rainwater dripping from the roof runs along the gutters till it empties into a downspout, which is a hollow metal pipe. The downspouts carry the water away from the house, either by directing it into a field, lawn, or driveway, or by sending it into a larger pipe called a storm sewer, which
This is the facade or front of our house.
houses today make use of any number of
This is the facade or front of our house.
We lock the windows and doors of our houses to make us feel safer and to protect the things we own. Most door locks are made to open without a key from the inside, in case you have to get out in a hurry. And though most locks are still opened with keys, some modern locks have tiny computers inside which read invisible numbers written on special plastic cards.
Our doors had latches so they wouldn't blow open in a wind, but we never thought of locking up the house when we weren't in it. And when we were inside, we could bar the door for security.
How do you bar a door?
Well, on the back of the door were 2 iron brackets which were made to hold a long wooden bar. The bar was long enough to stretch from one wall clear across the door to the wall on the other side. So when the door was barred, it could no longer swing on its hinges and was locked from the inside.
The locks in my day were big, heavy affairs. They were opened with keys called skeleton keys, and were pretty easy to pick open, too, if you knew just what to do.
Why were they called skeleton keys?
Well, I reckon because they were long and skinny with bumps at either end, just like bones. And when you had a bunch of them dangling on a key ring, they made a sound like bones rattling, too.
When your front door is locked, a cylinder inside keeps the door bolted tight in the door frame, keeping you from opening the door. Inside the cylinder is a row of 2-piece pins, each of a different height. So when you put your key into the lock, its teeth raise each pair of pins just the right distance to let you turn the cylinder and pull the bolt away from the door frame. And then you can open the door.
But why can't you use just any key?
Because the wrong key may raise the pins, but not the right distance. So the cylinder can't turn and the door.
Of course, our house had locks on its doors, front and back, but I'm not sure they worked. You see, we never used them.
Weren't you worried about robbers?
Oh, every so often we'd hear a story about a purse or a wallet that turned up missing, but usually we'd hear a little while later that it had gotten buried in the bottom of a closet or found its way down between the sofa cushions. No, I think my mom worried more about gypsies stealing us children than about thieves. My goodness, she'd say, we don't have anything worth stealing. And she was probably right, you know.
Were there really gypsies?
Oh, there were for sure. They'd pass through town every couple of years. One time they helped themselves to 3 of our chickens. But Pop said he'd be darned if he was going to put a lock on the chicken coop when we didn't even lock our own doors.
We lock the windows and doors of our houses to make us feel safe.
This is the facade or front of our house.
It's hard to imagine how dark and stuffy our houses would be without windows. Windows are like the eyes of a house. They let in light and also fresh air, and let us see what's going on in the outside world.
They should be called wind eyes then.
You know, windows are really just holes in the walls of the house. We cover them with 2 or 3 layers of glass in winter to keep out the cold, and in the summer, screens let in the warm breezes.
While keeping out the bugs.
The sun gives off an enormous amount of energy, or heat, and some of it is carried as sunlight across millions of miles of space, right through the windows of your house. Now, your little bit of sunlight not only brightens up your rooms, it also heats them. And the interesting thing is, even though sunlight energy can pass through the glass, when it changes into heat energy, it can't. So the heat energy stays inside your house where it helps keep you warm. And that's why many houses have big windows on the south side where the sun shines and much smaller windows on the darker north side where the sunlight never shines directly.
You know, the windows we had in our house when I was a boy were good for letting in the sunlight, but weren't so good when it came to looking out. Each pane was very small. They had to be because of the way they were hand-blown. And the glass was very wavy, thick in some places and thin in others.
That must have been terrible.
Oh, not at all. You see, some of our neighbors had no glass at all in their windows, just a rough opening in each of the 4 walls.
But what did they do in the winter?
They either put waxed paper over the openings or just boarded them up. Anything to keep out the wind and cold.
Next time you're at the beach, pick up a handful of sand and take a close look at it. It looks light brown or tan, doesn't it? But if you were to put a grain or 2 under a microscope, you'd be surprised to see that they're actually clear as glass. In fact, sand is glass in its raw form. Glass makers melt it into a liquid at very high temperatures, and then pour it and roll it into sheets which cool into clear, hard panes of glass in almost any size or shape that you could want.
When I was a girl, our house had what my dad called 6/1 windows. They were the latest thing. The window on top had the usual 6 panes of glass, but the bottom sash only had 1 large single pane. You see, it used to be that large sheets of glass were almost impossible to make, so they cost more than most people could afford. My mom loved them.
Sure, I'll bet they were easier to clean.
They were, but it was mainly because they gave her a better view of the outside world.
When I was a girl, all the new houses in our neighborhood had big picture windows. Ours stretched across the whole living room wall. They're called picture windows because when you look through them, the world outside looks like a real live picture. I remember Christmases when our family would set up the tree right in front of the picture window, so that everybody could see it as they drove by.
When you do that, it looks like a picture from the outside too, or even better, like a Christmas card.
This is the facade or front of our house.
Houses today make use of
This is the facade or front of our house. The roof covers the top of our house, keeping out the sun and the wind, the rain and the snow. Some roofs are pitched or slanted, while others are flat.
How come?
Well, slanted roofs are usually found where there's lots of snow in the wintertime. Snow can be very heavy, so it's better to have it slide off a pitched roof than to have it sit on a flat one until it's melted by the sun. In the old days, people covered their houses with whatever was near at hand: slate, wood, clay, even sod. Now, though, all but a few houses are roofed with man-made materials: asbestos, fiberglass, and even concrete. These man-made materials may not last as long, but they cost less and are easier to work with, too.
But wouldn't a roof made of concrete be awful heavy?
That's true. But remember, roofs are built to take a lot of weight. Just think, a 6-inch snowfall can add several thousand pounds to your roof.
Back in George Washington's day, lots of roofs were covered with wood shingles called shakes. Wood from cedar trees worked best if you could get it, because cedar absorbs water very quickly and swells. So the wetter it got, the tighter our roof became. In dry weather, though, the shakes would shrink so much that we could actually see the sky, right through the roof. Some nights I'd fall asleep watching little slivers of moonlight crossing the loft floor.
Wow, it must have been like camping out.
We'd have considered ourselves mighty lucky to have a slate roof when I was a girl back in Lincoln's time. But where we lived out on the prairie, there were very few trees, and no flat stones worth using either.
So what did you do?
Well, we used what we did have, and that meant sod or grass and earth roofs. Sod roofs kept the rain out, I suppose, but they were so heavy that our houses had to be very small. And houses with sod roofs often had sod walls too, so they were damp and very dark. No wonder we spent every moment we could outdoors.
I don't blame you.
Back in the 1920s, most houses were covered with slate roofs. A slate is a kind of stone. It's usually dark gray, but it can have some green or red or blue in it too. Now, anytime you put on a roof, you have to start at the bottom.
Why, Grandpa?
Well, as you work your way up to the top of the roof, each new row of shingles sits on top of the row beneath it. That way, the rain can't run under the shingles and wet your ceiling.
We used to call houses that are built all together row houses back in the 1950s.
We call them townhouses today.
That's right. Now, row houses usually have flat roofs and are coated with pitch or tar. I remember when the roofers put on a new roof during the summer, you could smell the pitch melting in their pots for blocks. Before they started, we got them to throw down all the half balls and pimple balls that we hit up there during our games. Sometimes there'd be 20 or 30 of them, enough to keep us supplied for weeks. This is the facade or front of our house.
Weather vanes still sit on top of a few of our houses, doing the same job they've done for hundreds of years, pointing out which direction the wind is blowing from. The arrow or vane turns around with the breeze till it points right into the wind, and the 4 directions, north, east, south, and west, are shown right below it. Nowadays, though, we get our weather reports from the radio and TV, so our houses are more likely to be topped with TV antennas or satellite dishes than with weather vanes.
A fellow named Andronicus seems to have invented the weather vane in Greece about 1600 years ago. That makes sense because, living on a chain of islands, the Greeks had to become great sailors. And if there's anyone who needs to understand changes in the weather more than a farmer, it's surely the captain of a sailing ship.
Our wind vanes were pretty makeshift in Washington's day. They were made by local tradesmen who often weren't clever, but all in all, they added some decoration to our buildings.
What did yours look like?
Ours resembled a squirrel. I guess because so many of them lived on our land that you couldn't throw a stone without hitting one. Our neighbor's vane sported roosters, angels, geese, dogs, pigs, cows, Indians, horses, and of course our national bird, the eagle. And once, when I journeyed to the coast, I saw wind vanes there decorated with sailing ships, fish, and even whales.
My dad sure kept his eye on the weather when I was a girl back in the 1860s. Our vane sat atop the barn, and out of habit, Dad would check that big copper rooster probably 100 times a day.
Why so many times?
'Cause he knew that when the wind changed, the weather often changed too. And if a storm was brewing, we all had to hop to it, so it didn't catch us unprepared.
This is the facade or front of our house.
Whenever a fuel is burned, it leaves behind gases that aren't safe for people to breathe.
Like smoke, you mean?
Right. So for hundreds of years, houses have been built with chimneys, which are passageways through which these warm gases can rise up and leave the house. Oil and gas furnaces and hot water heaters, wood and coal stoves, all must be connected to a chimney. Most houses today only have one chimney, but there may be several hollow passages or flues inside, each exhausting a different kind of smoke. Hot air rises, so the best way to get smoke or gas from a fire out of a house is through a pipe or flue that passes straight up through the roof. Once the air inside the chimney is warm, it will rise on its own, pulling the smoke and gases from the fire along with it as it goes.
Thousands of years ago, people noticed that smoke, being warmer than the air around it, tended to gather near the ceiling of their homes. The first chimneys then were nothing more than vent holes or openings in the roof, which gave the smoke a chance to escape into the outside air. Vent holes helped make indoor living a lot more comfortable during the long winter months, and kept people healthier too, since less smoke now got into their eyes and lungs.
We lived in a big house with lots of rooms. Almost every room had its own fireplace, and almost every fireplace had its own chimney. That made the house awfully drafty.
Why? I thought fires were to keep you warm.
They were. But you see, each fire had to have a supply of fresh air to feed it, and to keep the wood smoke going up the chimney, because nobody wanted to stay long in a smoky room.
Chimneys underwent a big change when folks started using Franklin stoves for heat instead of fireplaces. Our house, for example, had only 2 rooms and no proper chimney at all. Instead, we had a metal stovepipe that disappeared up through the roof. Each fall, my brother and I took the stovepipe apart and cleaned out all the soot with a wire brush. Oh, we hated that job. We couldn't get clean for a week. But it had to be done. Otherwise, the chimney could catch fire and set the roof ablaze.
This is the facade or front of our house. This is the children's bedroom.
There's no denying it. I watch a lot of television and listen to a lot of radio, probably more than I should. And even when I'm doing something else, it's usually to the sound of TV or radio playing in the background. I'm constantly hearing new things, on the news, on commercials, from the VCR, and I remember most of it. Or at least I thought I did, until my family and I started playing trivia games. You know, the games where you ask each other all sorts of questions about silly, unimportant things, and a person who remembers the most wins. It's fun because I can answer as many questions as my mom and dad. They may know lots of stuff about old movies and TV shows from the 50s, but I know more about sports and modern day stuff, and I surprise them every now and then with what I've picked up from old reruns.
Parcheesi was all the rage when I was a youngster in the 1920s. The game came from India, and the board was filled with bright colors and fantastic shapes and designs. You rolled dice out of little cardboard containers, and to win, you had to get all your pieces around the board and into the center before anybody else. The game itself was fun, but I think we liked it even more because it came from so far away. And that was so exciting.
For 50 weeks out of the year, the Monopoly game sat in the top of the hall closet. But for about 2 weeks in the summer, usually in August, when swimming and baseball cards lost their novelty and Mom was out shopping for school supplies, that'd be the time for our neighborhood Monopoly tournament.
We do that, too.
Right. 5 or 6 of us would set up the game on the front porch, lower the green canvas awning so we could play even during thunderstorms, and sit there talking, rolling the dice, making deals, and building hotels from 8 in the morning till dinner time. It was great because it was something boys and girls could do together, brothers and sisters and best friends alike. I think it was how we took a breather from summer. We talked about our escapades, laughed at each other's stories, and lent each other thousands of dollars of Monopoly money so nobody had to drop out of the game. And as the days wore on and summer wore down, our talk turned more toward school. This is the children's bedroom.
Each season has a sport, it seems, sometimes more than one. In the spring and early summer, we play softball. Later in the summer, it's swimming. On crisp autumn Saturdays, we play soccer. And during the winter, when it's too cold to play outdoors, we play basketball. Most of our team sports are organized and have adult coaches. But we spend a lot of our time just playing on our own, too, having foot races, riding bikes, playing kick the can or capture the flag with our brothers. Anything that gives us a chance to run around and let off steam. Oh my, we didn't really have what you would call sports when I was a girl. Of course, we didn't just sit by the fire and knit stockings either, not by a long shot. We girls had races, and rode horses, and climbed trees, and swam in the stream, and skipped stones, just like our brothers did. But we didn't think of them as sports. They were part of the fabric of the day, just like chores or meals or going to school. I expect Mom did her share of running and tumbling as a girl in the 1920s, but the games she used to tell me about when I was a girl had more to do with coordination and rhythm than with outright speed. Like jacks, for instance, or jump rope. She'd play double dutch or red hot pepper with her friends in the schoolyard, all the while singing the most complicated rhymes. She taught me all the ones she could remember, and my friends and I sang them when we jumped rope, right along with our own rhymes.
No, it isn't. It's my turn.
My childhood during the 1950s was spent in the city. We didn't have a garden or meadows to play in. We had the sidewalk and the street. We didn't have backyards. We had driveways. So the games we played were city games. We played giant steps out back and roller skated around the block for hours on end. We played jacks and marbles on the front steps and set up our own Summer Olympics right in the driveway with trash cans for hurdles and chalk to mark how far we could broad jump. And if the weather was right, we had shadow races where we'd race the shadows of the clouds the length of the block. Oh, what I wouldn't give to play those games again.
This is the children's bedroom.
Girls today wear two kinds of clothes, casual and casual. Like the boys, they favor sweatsuits and sneakers, but they're more likely to wear name brands or school logos on their shirts and pants, rather than sports logos. Oh, and girls wear jewelry too, lots of it. In fact, it's not unusual to see 6 or 7 rings and 3 or 4 earrings all on one girl at one time.
I didn't have many outfits as a child back in the 1860s. When I wasn't in school, I worked hard at my chores, just like all my brothers and sisters, and we didn't think about fashion. Usually I wore a simple loose-fitting dress which reached down almost to my ankles. My shoes were made of black leather and buttoned up ankle high. Those I'd wear day in and day out, summer and winter. If I was out in the fields gathering fruit or tending the sheep, I put on a starch bonnet to keep the sun off my head and keep my skin fair and clear. No freckles for me, not if I could help it.
My mom used to watch me climbing a fence or racing down the driveway full tilt after one of my friends and just shake her head. You see, I'd be wearing shorts and sneaks, my normal summer outfit, and she'd recall the trouble she had running or climbing while wearing a dress. No proper girl would even think of wearing pants in her day, she'd say. And wearing a dress, even a long one, sure put a limit on what Mom was able to do. Back in the 50s, when I was a girl, we spent a lot of time in dresses. Oh, sometimes we'd wear corduroy slacks, especially during the winter to keep our legs warmer. And in the summer, of course, we all wore shorts and button-down cotton blouses. But just as often, it'd be a one-piece cotton play dress, along with ankle socks or knee socks, and a pair of leather shoes or canvas-top sneakers.
This is the children's bedroom.
One thing that doesn't change from one generation to the next is nursery rhymes. We all learn the same rhymes, boys and girls alike. Jack and Jill, Little Bo Peep, Humpty Dumpty, Ring Around the Rosie, they never change. Some of them are hundreds and hundreds of years old. They're the first stories we learn, and they connect us all. Grandmother, mother, and daughter, father, son, and grandson, together.
This is the children's bedroom.
Parents used to tell their children all sorts of stories about where babies came from. Some said that babies came down from a cloud, others that they were brought by the stork, and some that babies were found under a cabbage leaf in the garden. Now, that may not be so for babies, but for dolls, who knows? Lots of dolls in little girls' arms in recent years have come from the Cabbage Patch, that's for sure. Cabbage Patch dolls are made mostly from cloth and are just about the size of real infants. And like real infants, each one is different than every other. They don't walk or cry or wet or talk or do any of the things that some other baby dolls do. So why do little girls love them so? Well, they're soft and warm, and from the looks of them, they need lots of special care and love. All little girls had dolls in my day. On the farm, life was hard and very busy. And on bitter cold winter days, or long summer afternoons, Ma and Pa's work went on long after my own chores were done. Now, I had friends and playmates on neighboring farms, true, but that was only during visiting. So most days when I got tired playing with my brothers, I'd fashion playmates out of straw or corn husks. I'd make entire families of dolls some days, poppets I called them, and make up a story and a life history to match. This one never got married, and this one had a husband off to war, and this one taught Sunday school, and my favorite, of course, was the one who went to the barn dance on Saturday evenings, courted by the handsomest poppets in my neighborhood.
I had my share of chores to do as a girl back in the 1860s, sweeping and dusting and washing and sewing. But Mother and Father also allowed me time for play and daydreaming, and I spent those hours with my rag doll. Now, Sarah wasn't much to look at. Mother sewed her together from one of her old dresses and stuffed her with one of Father's torn shirts. But she was just the right size to carry around, or to hold on my lap in the rocker by the window. I took her to bed with me every night, my cheek up against hers, because she smelled like dreams, I told my mother once. She just smiled and said yes, she sewed them into Sarah too, right along with the rags. The doll that I remember best from my girlhood was Sally, my china doll. Sally was made of cloth, except for her hands and feet and head, which were real porcelain, just like the dishes in the china closet. Sally's face was painted in the most delicate colors, and she looked just like the kind of beautiful baby that I dreamed of having when I grew up. Because she was made of fine china, when her feet or hands bumped together, they made sort of a click-clack sound, like marbles bumping against each other in a cloth bag. I took good care of Sally because she was very breakable. But even so, as the years went by, just about every part of her had been broken and glued at least once.
Back in the 50s, all of us girls wanted dolls that could do something. Some of us owned dolls that could cry real tears. Others had dolls that could wet, and some had dolls that moved their arms or said, "Mama," when you pressed their tummies. Dolls with names like Tiny Tears or Betsy Wetsy. Most dolls had blonde hair and big blue eyes and had movable plastic arms and legs so they could sit up or hold their arms out. And, oh yes, one other thing. When you laid them down on their backs, their eyes would close. They all did that.
This is the children's bedroom. Collecting baseball or sports cards today is a pretty complicated affair. It's no longer just a kid's hobby. Sure, you can still go buy a pack of cards at the corner store, but you'll also want to check out the new Rated Rookies or MVP Superstar cards at your local sports card dealer. But don't forget to check the price list before you buy. In fact, a kid today is likely to spend as much time studying how much his favorite third baseman's card is worth as he is memorizing last year's batting average or home run total.
I held solid gold in my hands as a boy and didn't even know it. My dad gave me 1 or 2 cigarette cards every day, and I had everybody. I had Babe Ruth, Christy Mathewson, Mel Ott, The Big Train, that was Walter Johnson, Tris Speaker, Shoeless Joe, everybody. And believe it or not, I seem to remember an old Honus Wagner cigarette card in my shoebox, which was a rarity even then, but today is worth over $100,000. What a world!
I was an addict. I can see that now. My 1955 allowance was 25 cents a week, which I got after my chores on Saturday morning. By Saturday afternoon, I'd spent it all at the corner store on 5 packs of baseball cards, which got me about 35 cards and 5 pieces of bubble gum. And by then, I was out trying to find a lawn to mow for some extra money. Funny thing, though, to us, last year's cards didn't mean much. It was only the most recent cards that we valued. We played flip with our doubles and triples and older cards. You and your buddies lined up about 10 feet from a wall and flipped your cards at the wall. When your turn came to flip a card, you got to pick up any other cards that yours landed on. It was a fun game, and every so often you could win quite a valuable card. This is the children's bedroom. The toy cars kids today play with are more real than toy. What can they do?
Just about everything.
You're not kidding. Motorized cars race around tracks, do daredevil jumps and loop-de-loops. Some run over land or sea, and some are even radio-controlled so you can send them through the house or up the street and back, all without any tracks or wires.
My toys were small, hand-carved wooden affairs when I was a boy. One I remember with special fondness was a pair of acrobats, which took turns flipping over a wooden bar as I cranked the handle. Watching them go through their paces was fun, but you know, I think I spent more time thinking about how the toy worked, why turning a little handle could cause so much to happen. Jackson, my hobby horse, was a wonder to behold. He was a brown and white spotted pony with a mane and tail made from real horsehair, a red leather bridle and saddle, and red painted runners. In my imagination, I rode Jackson on cavalry raids against the British, across the wide plains of the Western Territories, and the entire length of the Oregon Trail. And even after I got my own pony to ride at the age of 6, Jackson wasn't put out to pasture. He still had to carry my younger brothers and sisters off on their adventures.
I couldn't have been any more than 4 years old at the time. I'd hear my dad get up for work on dark winter mornings just about the time the milk wagon rattled down our street. The milkman would rein his horse in front of our house, leave a quart or two of milk, and be on his way. Later, after my breakfast, I'd build a replica of our street with my wooden blocks, then get out my toy metal milk wagon to make my own deliveries. It had little tin milk cases and wooden bottles painted white, a driver and a brown mare to pull the wagon. Mom gave me different size buttons from the sewing basket to use for money. That's how I made change for my customers.
Every year, about a day or two before Christmas, Dad, my brother, and I would bring our electric trains down from the attic and set them up in our basement. We laid out the track on a 4x8 sheet of plywood. I was the youngest, so while they nailed it down, I set up the plastic buildings and trees and fences on the green grass paper that covered the plywood. We had freight trains, a coal tender, and box cars and tank cars, all pulled by a black locomotive that actually smoked and whistled. The best part was when we turned out the basement lights and got down to eye level with the trains. You could almost imagine you were one of the little figures in the town as you watched the locomotive come roaring around the curve and over the bridge. This is the children's bedroom. It used to be that soccer was a game played only by immigrants. Most American children played baseball or football or basketball. But over recent years, soccer has just about replaced football as the most popular fall sport. Maybe it's because you need next to no equipment, just a ball and a friend, or maybe because the game itself is so simple and fast-paced. But whatever the reason, playing soccer is how millions of kids will spend their afternoons and weekends this coming fall.
Dad,
Yes, Billy?
hurry, or we'll be late for the game.
See what I mean?
Oh, we had foot races and horse races, shooting matches, and contests of strength during village fairs when I was a boy. But the real test of my mettle came in the deep woods, the first time Pa sent me out alone to check our traps. You see, it wasn't a game. It was real. I was on my own out there, and if a rock needed climbing or a stream needed crossing, there was nobody to catch me if I fell. And nobody to call off a hungry mountain lion or irritated black bear either. You had to try to outrun 'em, or outthink 'em, or take a shot at 'em, if you kept your powder dry, that is. And a week or two later, after sleeping under the stars and not seeing another living soul, you got back home with a load of fur pelts to sell in town and a hot meal. That was sport enough for me. I guess I didn't set aside particular times for sports as such when I was a boy. My recreation was ready-made, built into what I did day after day. Take fishing, for example. When I paddled my canoe out on the lake, I was looking to bring home dinner for my family. But while I was out there was plenty of sport. Reading the water for signs of fish, fighting a smallmouth bass into the net, keeping the boat from swamping in a sudden thunderstorm. These things kept me fit, mind and body, and if I did my job, they helped keep our bellies full too.
I played football as a boy for our grade school team, the Falcons.
What position did you play?
Tackle, offense, and defense. Everybody played both ways in those days, from the pros down to the neighborhood teams. Many's the time we played without a complete set of pads. None of us had spikes at all, and our helmets were just made of padded leather with no face masks at all. Take a look at an old-time football player, and you're bound to see a nose that's been broken more times than its owner can remember.
When I was a kid, my Little League team, the Yankees, played a 20-game season. Our season started in mid-May and lasted through the end of July, when playoffs started. My first year on the team, I rode the bench a lot. Mr. K, our coach, would pass out sticks of gum as he read out the lineup, which never had my name in it. Since I was sitting, I got to go through the stands in the fifth inning, holding out my hat for dimes and quarters from the spectators to help pay for the umpire. The teams would play 7 innings, or until darkness fell. And if we won, Mr. K would buy us water ices from the ice cream truck parked along the side of the field. As I got older, we won our share of games. But that first year, I don't remember getting too many water ices. This is the children's bedroom. When today's workers build buildings, they don't usually use stone or wood like in the old days. Instead, they're likely to build a framework out of steel girders, which they kind of hang the walls on.
I know. That's how my building set works.
Right. They're made from hard plastic in the shape of girders, which can be snapped together to make any kind of building at all. And then walls and windows and a roof can be added later.
But that's not all. I can also use the set to make cars and spaceships, boats and planes, with glow-in-the-dark pieces. Almost anything I want. The sky's the limit.
My father wasn't a scholar. I don't think he ever got beyond 3 years of schooling, as a matter of fact. But he had the most educated pair of hands I've ever seen. He could make anything out of wood, from a fine jewelry box to an entire house. He said that I could too, even as a child, and he made me wooden building blocks of every possible kind to play with. He made me pillars and columns to build Greek temples, blocks to build pyramids with, rough log shapes to make log cabins, arches, blocks with windows cut into them, every kind. Every year I got more and more, and every year my buildings got bigger and more complicated. And you know something? I never stopped building. A doctor my dad did work for saw that I had some talent and offered to send me to college to study architecture if my dad would help him build a small hospital for the poor in town.
My favorite Christmas present the year I turned 9 was an erector set. Until then, I just had wooden building blocks. But with an erector set, I got to use a real screwdriver and wrench, tools just like Dad used. The whole set was made out of metal, girders, wall sections, and all. You got hundreds of little nuts and bolts to fasten the girders together with. And believe me, I soon learned how to use my tools safely. Those first days after Christmas, I got about a dozen digs and cuts from the screwdriver slipping off the screw.
Cowboys and Indians was the game we all played when I was a kid, either dressing up ourselves or playing with our toy soldiers and Indians. And what better way to build a fort or a settler's home than with Lincoln logs? They were easy to use, just brown logs with notches at the end so you could lock them together at the corners, just like building a real log cabin. The roofs were made with yellow or green boards, and you could finish it off with a red chimney or two, or even a sign if you wanted. The best thing about it, though, was the little single-notched logs. They made great cannonballs when the attack on the fort finally came. This is the children's bedroom. What do boys wear today? Well, it depends on the season. All winter it's nothing but sneaks and sweats. Some are plain, but most have the name of a sports team or a college or even a local team printed on them. And in the summer, it's sneaks again, along with soccer shorts, t-shirts, or muscle shirts, and usually a baseball cap, worn indoors and out. And of course, all the summer clothes are covered with team names too. I'd say you can learn quite a bit about a kid nowadays just by reading his clothes.
Boys in the American colonies dressed very much like their fathers. They wore loose-fitting cotton or linen shirts, breeches that reached just below the knee, stockings, and low-buckled shoes. But before they were out of diapers, little boys wore almost exactly what little girls wore, including skirts and petticoats. It was easier to change them that way and meant less laundry to do too.
The clothes I wore as a kid were pretty run-of-the-mill, summer and winter. They tended to be woolens in the winter and lighter-weight cotton or linen during the summer, dyed in plain, solid colors. My trousers were held up with a pair of suspenders, And more often than not, when I was outdoors, I sported a homemade straw hat to keep the sun out and let the breeze in.
Now I had some red-letter days in my childhood. My first day of first grade, my first two-wheeler, the day I learned to dive off the high dive. But it was one of Dad's memories that used to get me laughing, when he told me about his first pair of long pants. You see, back in the 20s, long pants were a sign of growing up, and only kids wore shorts. In the summer it was shorts and cotton socks and high-topped leather shoes. And in the cold months, boys wore high woolen stockings underneath their knickers. And of course, once you got out of short pants, you'd never go back. Even on the hottest days of summer, men kept to their long pants.
Boys in my day wore blue jeans and flannel shirts during the colder months. And you know what? We didn't wear sneakers. We wore leather play shoes and saved our sneaks for the basketball court. Why? Well, the doctor I went to for my checkups, for instance, told my mom that sneakers wouldn't let my feet breathe and would give me flat feet. As we got older, we could wear them in the summer along with shorts and t-shirts, but anytime we had to get even a little dressed up, the sneaks went into the closet and out came the leather shoes. This is the children's bedroom. Most of the action figures boys play with today are from the movies or afternoon cartoons or TV shows. They're all posable, which means you can move their arms and legs into all sorts of positions. A while back, every kid played with Star Wars figures. Then it was Transformers. And now it's 4 turtles named after Italian artists. Who knows what'll come next?
I had quite a collection of tin soldiers as a boy. Some wore foreign uniforms like the Prussian Dragoons or the Scots Highlanders, but most were Civil War soldiers wearing Union and Confederate battle dress. Now, I grew up in a little town not far from Gettysburg, so needless to say, I spent many hours staging the Gettysburg campaign in my backyard, complete with Little Round Top, Big Round Top, Cemetery Ridge, Pickett's Charge, the whole kit and caboodle. We lived right on the Mason-Dixon line, so I was part Southerner myself. And my favorite toy soldier was that of General Lee himself, sitting astride his great battle horse.
We bought Army men and cowboys and Indians by the bagful when I was a kid. 79 cents would buy 50 or so figures at the 5 and 10 up on the avenue. They were little rubber figures about 2 inches high. The Army guys were olive green. The Indians were a copper red. The cowboys could be any color. When I stopped to think about it, we spent most of our time getting the figures set up. It was almost impossible if you were playing on a carpet. And then the battles only took a couple of seconds before all the guys were knocked down. This is the children's bedroom.
This is the living room. You might call it the family room or den.
Sofas are in-between pieces of furniture, half chair and half bed. They're upholstered so they're nice and soft, and because they're so long, they're great places to stretch out and read or daydream, and just the right size for a Sunday afternoon nap.
Most early furniture was made out of wood in all sorts of styles. In the old days, for example, people used to gather around the fireplace to get warm. But this was also probably the draftiest place in the house. So the local furniture maker would build chairs and benches with wings on either side. If you sat back in such a chair, its wings would shield your head from the drafts and would tend to keep the fireplace heat in place too.
That sounds better than an electric blanket.
Maybe as warm, but not as soft. You see, for a long time after city folk were able to buy upholstered sofas and wing chairs, their country cousins made do with wooden furniture, made comfortable by blankets and pillows. We didn't have more than a few chairs in our house when I was a girl back in Washington's day. One was my mother's. It was part of her dowry, I recall. 2 were homemade, and the remainder were stools with no arms or backs to them. When we sat down at the long dinner table, it was on 2 trestle benches nailed together from wide yellow pine boards. They must have been 8 feet long. But if we young'uns wanted real comfort, it was to be found out back in the barn, where we made ourselves seats on the warm, dry hay. Now that was soft.
We didn't use the parlor in our house very much when I was a girl back in the 20s. Only on Sundays, as a matter of fact. That's the day we entertained visitors, aunts and uncles and cousins who would come across town by trolley, arriving for dinner early in the afternoon and afterwards sit visiting in the parlor with my parents and me. On Saturday night, Mom would open up the room and take the dust covers off the furniture, including the Davenport which sat across from the mantel. It was upholstered in a heavy red fabric with a floral pattern sewn into it, and to me it smelled faintly of talc and my aunt's perfumes. And to this day I never set eyes on a fabric like that without memories of those perfumes and quiet conversations.
This is the living room. You might call it the family room or den. Electric lights turn the night into daytime in our house. We have all kinds of different lights and light bulbs. The most popular light bulbs are called incandescent bulbs. They give off a yellowish light and are very, very hot. Lighting a room or even a house takes lots of electricity, so scientists are inventing new light bulbs that use less energy. And we can do our part too.
I know, by remembering to turn off the lights when we leave a room.
Right.
To make a fire burn, 3 things are needed. There must be heat, there must be air, and there must be fuel or something to burn. Inside Edison's light bulb, only 2 of the ingredients are present. Electricity supplies the energy, and the little carbon wire or filament is the fuel. But there is a vacuum or lack of air inside the bulb. So instead of burning up, the filament gets terrifically hot, so hot that it glows white. And it's that glowing filament that we call electric light.
It's hard for us today to understand what nighttime actually is. When the sun goes down, we flip on the lights and continue what we were doing as if nothing happened. Outside, street lights blink on and cars pass by, their path lit by headlights. But imagine a world without electric light, a world where candles, a fireplace, and an oil lamp were all you had to light your way.
Not even a flashlight?
Nope. This was the world as Thomas Edison found it, but that isn't the way he left it. Mr. Edison's electric light bulb made a soft, steady source of light available to all. And that's not all it did. Because it glowed rather than burned, it gave off no harmful gases the way candles and torches, kerosene and oil lamps did, and people breathed a lot easier as a result. And the absence of an open flame cut down the risk of fire, too. Each year, when the long, bright days of summer drew to an end, Mother announced that it was time to prepare the year's supply of candles. We made our candle wax by mixing animal fat and sheep's tallow, adding beeswax to keep them hard. Some families in the neighborhood still poured liquid wax into tin molds, but we dipped ours, using braided flax for the wicks. Sometimes we crushed fragrant berries into the wax, so that we'd have fine-smelling candles to burn during holidays.
Bayberry candles are my favorite.
Now, candle making was hot work, which is why we saved it for the cool of the year. We had to make our supply last through the winter, and we were careful not to waste them. Most of the time, when the sun set, we just went to bed, unless there was a full moon, that is. You have no idea how dark it was.
We used oil lamps for light in the evenings. They looked like little boats of oil with a wick at one end and a handle at the other, so they could be carried from room to room. When we could afford it, we used whale oil in our lamps, which burned bright and clean. Whaling ships traveled the 7 seas in those days, harpooning whales for their oil. The ships were gone for years at a time. It was terrible and dangerous work, and the whalers almost wiped out several different kinds of whales in the process. But we rarely thought about such things back then.
I remember the day the electrician came to our house to put in our first electric lights. Before then, we had gas lights. They were just jets of flame surrounded by glass globes. To make the room brighter, we turned up the gas, but not too far because an open flame could cause a fire. Our house had a gas meter in the basement, and to get gas to your lights for a couple of days, you had to put a quarter in the meter.
Did the electrician put in lights all over your house?
No, if I recall, he had only installed 2 lights that day, one in the upstairs hall and one in the living room, and he ran the electric wires right through the old gas pipes. The new Edison lights didn't hiss like gas lamps, and they made our rooms a lot brighter too. And from then on, that's where I did my homework at night, on the floor right next to our new electric light.
When I was a kid, Mom and Dad put a new kind of light up in the ceiling of our family room. They weren't like light bulbs at all. They were more like long tubes of light. These fluorescent lights glowed a sort of bluish color. They flickered a little bit, and you could actually hear them hum when you turned them on. They didn't heat up the room the way regular bulbs did, and were just warm to the touch. The electricity they used went into making light rather than heat.
This is the living room. You might call it the family room or den.
The next time your mom picks up a little baby, watch what she does. Without even knowing it, she'll probably start to rock the baby back and forth, either on her hip or her shoulder, or maybe even start walking the baby back and forth across the room. It seems that from the cradle we would all rather move around than be still. So what do? We make chairs that move us around, even when we're sitting in one place. We make chairs to rock us back and forth, to swivel or spin us around, and that recline to the point where we're almost lying down. And that's not all. Some of us buy chairs that we can plug in, either to warm us like an electric blanket or to vibrate or jiggle us around. Why? Because it makes us feel better. It's just the way we're made.
Our rocking chair was a pretty makeshift affair. Father brought home the idea from a trip to Massachusetts, where he'd seen one in a cabinet maker's shop, and he decided to fashion one himself. My favorite chair in our house had a writing tablet for an armrest. It was comfortable for me, but nobody else in the family seemed partial to it. Father took my chair, bent 2 strips of hickory into shape for the runners, and fitted them into grooves which he'd sawn into the bottom of the chair legs. And don't you know that after that it was everybody's favorite chair?
Our family's rocker was more than just a chair. It was a piece of furniture, a work of art, and a playground all rolled into one. To begin with, it was big. 2 or 3 of us little ones would sit on its curved seat side by side, and we'd get it rocking so hard that it would almost tip over, first one way and then another. On summer evenings, I'd sit back on Mother's lap as she knitted by the light of an open window. I'd gaze idly at the fireflies and usually fall asleep listening to the crickets and the little squeaks the chair made as it rocked on the parlor floorboards. I remember beautiful red and gold stencils painted up and down its back, but by the time I got older, we had just about worn them off.
Pretend you've just walked into an empty barn and are looking for a place to sit. You can sit down on the wood floor, of course, or you can go over and lower yourself onto that nice, soft pile of hay over there in the corner. Which do you choose?
The hay.
Of course. And that's pretty much the idea behind the rocking chair that sat on our front porch during summers when I was growing up. You see, instead of hard wood, its seat was woven from rushes. Just straw, really. But the seat was soft. It gave a little when you sat down on it. And it was cool, too, because it was woven and not solid. It let the air circulate through the seat, even while you were sitting on it.
This is the living room. You might call it the family room or den. Most houses today are covered with wall-to-wall carpets in every room but the kitchen and bathrooms. They make our rooms quieter and warmer and come in all kinds of colors. And best of all, it's spongy soft to walk on barefoot. It feels almost like a grassy meadow. Nowadays, most carpets are made from man-made fibers like nylon. But for the longest time, rugs were woven from wool, which, as you know, comes from sheep. Even today, the very best rugs and carpets are woolen. They are warm and dense, and they last just about forever.
Our rugs when I was a girl back in the 20s were called area rugs. We'd have one in front of the davenport, another by the piano, and a larger one in the dining room under the table. Without vacuum cleaners or sweepers, we had a very simple way to keep them clean. We'd roll them up, carry them into the backyard, and hang them from a clothesline. Then I'd whack the daylights out of them with a carpet beater. That was dirty, dusty work. I'd always hope for a breezy day to take the dust away. Otherwise, it would just kind of float there all around me till I felt like I was swimming in it.
When I was little, our living room floor was covered by a room-size rug. It was almost as big as the room, but it didn't quite reach the walls. I remember one Saturday every year during spring cleaning helping my dad move all the furniture, roll up the rug, and turn it around so that it would wear more evenly and last us a little longer.
That's a big job.
But I didn't mind too much, because I got to keep all the coins that had been accidentally swept under the carpet during the past year.
This is the living room. You might call it the family room or den.
Probably the last thing we need in a modern house is a fireplace.
Why?
Because our houses have thermostats and central heat. Each room has a radiator or a hot air vent, and we can keep them as warm or cool as we want without even flicking a switch.
But getting warm is only one reason for a fire.
That's right. A fire dances and changes color. The wood crackles and pops and hisses, and the blue wood smoke smells wonderful on a chilly autumn evening or a snowy winter afternoon. And a fireplace or a wood stove is a place the family can gather around. It's warm and bright and lively, and the rest of the house feels a little cooler and darker and quieter in comparison. And you know what? Our ancestors have been doing it for thousands of years.
I know. It just feels right.
This is the living room.
Time passes by us very smoothly. 1 minute is no shorter or longer than the next. And that simple fact has caused no end of headaches for clockmakers for hundreds of years.
How come?
Because it's the job of the clockmaker to make a machine that works almost as smoothly as time itself. A machine that never changes speed from 1 minute to the next. They've built clocks powered by falling water and falling sand, and clocks that ticked off the hours using pendulums and weights and springs and even electricity. But none were as smooth as the passing minutes. But then, scientists discovered that the atoms which make up common quartz, like the sand at the beach, vibrate at a pace that simply never changes minute to minute, month to month, year to year. A quartz clock. What a perfect way to measure time. The gears inside a mechanical clock are driven either by an unwinding spring or by a falling weight, which causes a toothed wheel called an escape wheel to rotate very precisely. As a matter of fact, the tick-tock you hear is actually the sound of the escape wheel escaping to turn one tooth at a time. As it rotates, the escape wheel causes a number of other gears to turn along with it, all at different speeds. It turns the minute hand directly, one complete rotation every hour, and the hour hand indirectly, reducing its speed to complete one rotation every 12 hours.
Today, you and I are used to measuring time down to the minute. We know exactly when school starts in the morning and lets out in the afternoon, when we have to be home at night, and when our favorite TV shows come on. But it didn't used to be that way.
It didn't?
No. For hundreds of years, folks had no use for minutes, or even hours. In fact, the only clock in a village or town was likely to be found in the bell tower of the church. So time was something you heard rather than saw. The bells would chime the passing hours to remind the villagers of their morning, noon, and evening prayers. And they would toll the death of a neighbor, one bell for each year he lived. And they even sounded the alarm in case of fire or invasion. Only families with money could afford clocks in my day. I remember that our minister had a beautiful clock which sat on the mantel above the fireplace in his common room. It was made of carven wood with a painted dial. But our family? We had a sundial which stood by the back door near the vegetable garden. As the sun moved across the sky, the shadow it cast fell across one of the numbers carved into the dial and told us the time of day.
The grandfather's clock standing in our hallway did more than count the hours for our family. It kept a watch on the night sky for us as well.
How did it do that?
You see, right above the face of the clock was a painted dial that moved pictures of the moon around from day to day. That way we knew when to expect a full moon, a new moon, or when it was in its first or last quarters. Now, knowing the phase of the moon may not seem that important, but for a farm family like ours, a full moon at planting or harvest meant that we could spend extra hours working in the fields, so it sure mattered to us.
We had an old 8-day wind-up hanging on the wall of our parlor when I was little. It was made from cherry wood, and it had a glass door with a pendulum inside that swung back and forth. On the quietest afternoons, especially in winter time when the windows were closed, I could hear its ticking even from the kitchen. But every 15 minutes when it chimed, you could hear it anywhere in the house. And every Sunday morning, like clockwork, my father would open the glass door and wind it up with a special key in 3 places. One for the time, one for the Westminster chimes, and one for the bells that tolled the hours.
The pendulum and wind-up clocks of the old days were pretty complicated pieces of machinery with lots of gears and other moving parts inside them. But the newer electric clocks that we had in the 50s only needed a simple motor, an electric current to keep time, so they got much lighter and smaller. And they also took on quite a number of different shapes. We had plastic clocks in the shape of houses and ships, and even one that looked like a cat whose tail swung back and forth like a pendulum. This is the living room. You might call it the family room or Like the telephone, the radio can be found in just about every room in our house, from the basement up to the attic. Radios come in all sizes, from big stereo systems and boom boxes to ones tiny enough to slip in your shirt pocket. Radios give us up-to-the-minute news and weather and enough music and other programs to satisfy just about anyone. When you hear me speak these words, it's because sound waves carrying my voice have bounced into your eardrums, and tiny electrical signals have carried my message from your ears to your brain. Something similar happens when a radio announcer speaks. A microphone changes the sound waves from her voice into an electrical current or sound signal, which is combined at the radio station with a carrier signal. The station then boosts the signal and broadcasts it from the radio tower out over the air to be gathered in by your radio receiver miles away. And because all these waves travel at the speed of light, the announcer's voice reaches your ears as quickly as if she were sitting in the next room.
"60 years ago, radio brought the world into the home. Its effect on the imagination was so powerful that a young writer named Orson Welles sent much of America into panic with his radio broadcast of a story about Martians landing on a farm in New Jersey. People actually thought it had happened. And today, with radios in just about every room, car, and pocket, listeners still have to face up to the same problem. They have to decide for themselves if what they're hearing over the airwaves is true or false."
The young Italian inventor Marconi did not invent or discover radio waves. They've been around forever. But Marconi did figure out a way to send or transmit a message over radio waves, and in doing so, he invented wireless communication. Because anyone who has a radio wave receiver, or radio, as we call it today, can listen to these messages, Marconi's invention quickly became the way the world informed and entertained itself. In fact, it was an SOS sent by wireless telegraph from the sinking Titanic and overheard by a nearby ship, which helped save over 700 lives and made Marconi a national hero.
In Washington's day, news wasn't new by the time it reached us. Correspondents in distant towns and countries wrote letters recounting important events, but oftentimes they didn't reach the newspapers until weeks, even months later.
We used the telegraph as our radio back in the 1860s.
What do you mean? You didn't have a telegraph in your house, did you?
Not really, but the telegraph did some of the same jobs. You see, just as it carried important private messages in the days before the telephone, it also carried news of great events from one town to the other. And reporters soon began telegraphing their stories over the wires to the offices from faraway locations. Then they could be included in the latest newspaper editions.
"60 years ago, radio changed the way we Americans lived. Well-off families owned large, floor-model radios, which looked like fine furniture and cost hundreds of dollars. Nobody talked in the house when the nightly news came over the air. We kids would wait all day for the Jack Benny Show and other variety programs. Families with less money, or no electricity, made do with crystal sets, which had no dials or volume controls and were powered with batteries. You found the station you wanted by moving a cat's whisker around the top of the crystal and held it there until your program was finished."
Radios were very different when I was a girl. They weren't portable, they weren't stereo, and with only AM stations to choose from, we didn't have as many choices. And like our television, it took several minutes for the tubes inside a radio to warm up when you turned it on. This Cassette tapes are different from CDs and records in one important way. Not only can you listen to music from them, but you can record sounds onto them, then listen to them later. You can record or tape records and songs from the radio, and if you have a microphone, you can even record your own voice and the voices of your friends. Pretty soon, it seems, almost every machine and instrument we use will be controlled by computers. They're in our telephones, our cars, our microwaves and refrigerators, and soon they'll be a part of our tape players too. DAT machines, or digital audio tape players, look like cassette players, but they play music just the way a computer plays a program. And as a result, they sound as bright and clear as a compact disc. And not only that, but you can record on them too.
Our tape recorders in the 50s were fun to listen to, but they sure weren't fun to use.
How come?
Well, for one thing, there were no such thing as tape cassettes. The tape came on one reel, and Dad had to thread it through the tape machine and onto another reel. The tape was always breaking and getting stuck in the machine or running off the reel. I think we spent more time setting it up than we did using it. But it was great fun hearing yourself on the tape. I never thought it sounded like me, but everybody else said that it did.
This is the living room.
Today's television gets its programs from all over the place. They come into our living rooms from over the airwaves, from cables underground, and from satellites orbiting in outer space. Our TVs can be as tiny as wristwatches, or fill an entire room with brilliant colors and stereo sound. And that's not all. The hearing impaired can read the words to their favorite shows, children can play their favorite video games, and we can see our favorite movies time and again. I remember the real early days of television back in the mid-50s. All the shows were in black and white, and we only had 3 channels to pick from, and they only broadcast during certain daytime hours. And the station's equipment used to break a couple of times a week. Right in the middle of a show, your picture would go blank or the sound would go dead. And that would be that.
I'm glad that doesn't happen today. We'd miss our favorite shows.
It wasn't too bad. We half expected it. But the best part'd be when the actors made mistakes or forgot their lines. You see, most of the shows and commercials were done live, right in the studio. I remember watching a peanut butter commercial. The announcer was telling us how smoothly the peanut butter spread when he ripped the bread right in half. And he had to continue saying his lines. Another time, right at the end of a long, exciting mystery show, the detective was explaining how the murder was committed. And he forgot the name of the murderer. So he said, "You know, whatchamacallit did it." We never found out who the killer actually was, but we were laughing so hard that it didn't really matter.
This is the living room.
You may think that you don't know how to use a computer, but you do.
What do you mean?
Well, take your CD player, for instance. It's actually a computer which uses tiny laser beams to read information from the compact disc and then convert it into music. This digital method produces clean, clear stereo sounds with none of the scratching and hissing noises that we had with old-fashioned records.
Is that what makes it stereo?
No, to have stereo sound you need at least 2 speakers. Each speaker plays back a different part of the music so it sounds as if the musicians were right there in front of you. Some on your left side and some on your right. Thomas Edison invented the record player in December of 1877. He called it a phonograph, just about a year before he invented the light bulb.
Why did he call it a phonograph?
Well, the word means sound writer, and that's just what Edison's machine did. It took the sound waves produced by his voice and wrote them onto a tinfoil cylinder, which served as the first record. And what were the words that Tom Edison spoke into his phonograph on that historic day?
I know, listen. Mary had a little lamb, its fleece was white as snow.
The Victrola was the showpiece of our parlor when I was a youngster in the 20s. In the evenings, when the dinner dishes were done, we would gather round and listen to some of the greatest stars of our day right in our own home. You had to wind up the Vic and give the turntable a spin to get it started, and the sounds that came out of the megaphone were a bit tinny, but we heard music that we never heard before. And sometimes, late on a Saturday night, I'd sneak down onto the landing and see Mom and Dad, with the carpet rolled off to the side of the living room, dancing to the music of the Vic.
When I was little, there were all different kinds of records: 78s, 45s, and LPs, or long-playing albums. The older records were usually 78s. That meant that the record spun around on the turntable 78 times every minute. 78s were big and heavy and very easy to break, and they could only fit 1 or 2 songs on each side. 45s were what most of the kids bought. They had 1 song on each side, a hit song, which the radio station played, and a B-side, which nobody really listened to. You could buy them for about $1 or so, and that's where a lot of my allowance went on Saturday afternoons. When I was little, there were... This is the living room.
It used to be if you wanted to see a certain movie, you had to make sure you got to the theater within a week or so, or the show would change and you would miss it. And that would be that.
Not anymore, though.
That's right. VCRs have changed all that forever. You can rent movies for a night or two, buy them, or tape them off television. In a way, VCRs let us control our TVs. We can pick the movie we want to watch or hook the VCR to a video camera and watch our own home movies.
It's pretty easy to see what's going to happen with movies in the next couple of years. Just look at what's happening with records and tapes.
Let me guess. Computers, right?
Right. Computers like the ones inside today's CD players will soon let us watch and even record movies on compact discs. And because of the way the information is stored, the pictures will be sharper, the sound clearer, and they won't wear out like VCR tapes either. This is the living room. This is the basement of our house.
In our house, there are lots of appliances that make things cold or make them hot. The stove heats food. The refrigerator keeps it cool. The freezer turns water into ice, and so on. Well, the furnace is the appliance that keeps the whole house warm in the cold winter months. Most furnaces burn either oil or natural gas. The fire inside the furnace heats up air or water and sends it to heat the rest of the house through hot air vents or hot water radiators. Whether your house is heated by hot air or hot water, the furnace down in your basement works pretty much the same. The water or air moves in a big circle through the house. It starts out in the basement where the fire inside the furnace heats it up. Then it's pulled through the rooms, warming them one by one, till the pump or fan brings it back to the basement to be. As long as we live in lands where the winters grow cold, we'll need heat. In the old days, when fuel was cheap and nobody worried about the air we breathed, Mom or Dad would just turn up the thermostat as the weather got colder, and the heater would run day and night. But today, people have learned to do 2 special things to keep their houses warmer without turning on the heater. First, they insulate their houses. It's like putting a coat on your house to keep heat from escaping into the outside. And second, they put windows on the south sides of their houses where the sunlight will shine in all during the winter days to help warm the house without burning fuel. In fact, Some houses do these two jobs so well that they don't even use their heaters all winter long.
Almost everything that we burn for fuel, whether it's oil, coal, wood, or even natural gas, got its energy from the same place, the sun. The same sunlight that warms and brightens our days gives trees and other plants the food and energy they need to grow. When we throw a log on the fire then, we're actually feeling the energy that the sun stored in the wood.
Even with coal, or oil, or natural gas?
The very same idea. When we burn them in our furnace, we're actually feeling the energy of the sun.
As long as we live. When I was a kid, the first place my brothers and I headed on winter mornings was the kitchen radiator. The house was still pretty cold because Mom had just turned up the thermostat, so as soon as we were dressed for school, we made a beeline for the radiator, and that's where we ate our breakfast. Lucky for us, it was big enough to hold all four of us. It would gurgle and rumble and sometimes pop and groan, too. Dad said it was just the sound of the house, stretching and waking up to meet the day, just like us.
This is the basement of our house. The hot water heater is nothing more than a little furnace in your basement that heats cold water, holding the hot water in a 30 or 40-gallon tank until you turn on the hot water faucet upstairs. Then out it comes. Sometimes, especially when you're on the second floor, you have to let the water run for a little while before it gets hot. That's because the water that's been sitting in the pipes between the furnace and the faucet has lost its heat. But once all that water has been flushed out, you begin to feel the hot water. Instead of burning electricity or natural gas to heat their water, some people today are using the sun. They run their hot water pipes up to the roof to pick up heat from black solar collectors instead of running them to a heater in the basement. Heat from the sun makes the collectors very hot. It's just like walking barefoot on a black street during the summertime. This heats the water in the pipes. Then it's pumped to a hot water tank where it stays, just as in a normal system, until you turn on the faucet.
Wow, it's like getting free hot water.
Well, not exactly. Solar collectors cost more than normal hot water heaters. But yes, the sunlight is free. And using the sun to heat our water is pollution-free as well. This is the basement of our house. Modern washing machines are called automatic. That means that once you turn them on, and add detergent of course, they will wash your clothes all by themselves. Washers gently swish dirty clothing around in soapy water until the dirt is lifted off. Then the dirty water is drained off, and clear water fills the wash tub to rinse the clothes clean. Finally, when the rinse water is drained, the washer spins the clothes around very fast. This shakes most of the water off, so when the wash cycle is finished, the clothes are clean and almost dry.
Doing the laundry was a big job back in the 20s, believe me. Mom didn't have an electric washing machine or even modern detergents. On wash day, that was Monday, she'd fill a tub with hot water from the kitchen stove, hook the washboard to the inside, and start scrubbing, one piece of clothing after another, with extra time for the elbows and knees. Then she'd swish them around in clean rinse water and wring them out by hand.
What a big job!
Wait a minute. She wasn't done yet. Remember, she had to carry the basins of water outside and dump them after the job was done. It took Mom all day Monday to do the week's wash, and we didn't change clothes near as often as you do today.
The washing machines back in the 50s were anything but automatic. They were called wringer washers, big white porcelain tubs. Inside the tub was an agitator, which thrashed the clothes around something awful. It shook the floor pretty much, too. When the load was finished, The clothes were still wringing wet, so Mom would take them out of the tub one by one and crank them through a wringer, 2 rollers which squeezed the leftover water out before hanging them out to dry.
This is the Dryers work by tumbling wet clothes around inside a big drum that's filled with very hot air. The heat helps the moisture out of the clothes and into the air, and the clothes are tumbled so that they can all dry at the same time, rather than just the ones on top. The warm, moist air is then exhausted through a vent pipe to the outside. That's why on a cold day you'll see great clouds of water vapor coming out of the dryer vent, especially when a load of clothes has just been put in the dryer.
So that's actually the water that used to be on our clothes?
Right.
Drying the wash never seemed like a chore to me as a girl, at least in the summertime. Hanging out a basket of clean clothes to dry on the line on a warm summer morning had a certain appeal. Standing out in the sunshine and fresh air for a spell was a reward in itself. And on breezy days you would hear the laundry on the line snapping like flags in the wind as it dried, and you'd bring the smell of outdoors in with the clothes when it was time to fold them and put them away. It could have been worse.
The dryer Mom used for our clothes in the 1950s was smaller than ours today, but it worked the same way. While today's dryers can tell you when the clothes are dry, the old ones just worked with timers. You put wet clothes into the dryer, set the timer for, say, 45 minutes, and if they weren't dry enough, you just ran the dryer another 10 minutes or so until they were. The best thing about dryers, Mom used to say, was if you got the clothes out as soon as the load was done and hung them right up, wrinkles didn't have a chance to set, and the clothes didn't need as much ironing. But I thought the best thing was taking a pair of pants or a shirt out of the dryer on a frosty morning and jumping into them while they were still warm. Forget the iron.
This is the basement.
The breaker panel is the place where electric wires come into your house from the outside. You see, electricity is made or generated far away at power plants, and then it's sent through wires to your house where it powers everything from your lights to the washing machine to the TV and the radio. Now, the wires that run from the breaker panel to the different rooms in your house can only carry so much electricity at one time. Try to carry any more, and the breaker panel turns off that wire so it doesn't overheat and catch fire. Copper wires carry electricity through the house, usually running under floors and behind walls, safely out of our reach. They're insulated from our touch by several layers of plastic and paper. Now lamps and TVs and vacuum cleaners and lots of other things are equipped with plugs because they need electricity to operate. But that very same electrical energy can shock or burn or even kill human beings like you and me. So remember, never touch an electrical wire and never put anything into an electric outlet. Okay?
Okay.
This is the basement of our house.
Toolboxes are like treasure chests in a way. You never can tell what you might find in one. You see, nobody throws tools away, so they tend to get passed down from one generation to the next, like this old pipe wrench Grandpop gave me. But no matter how new or old, you can be sure that the tools in your toolbox do pretty much the same kinds of jobs. They help you cut things and fasten them, measure and clean them, take things apart, and put them back together again.
This is the basement of our house.
One thing in the basement that doesn't change much from year to year is the workbench. A workbench is really just a sturdy wooden table, the bigger the better, where you can build or fix things for the house. It usually has drawers to hold tools and a vise, which is like an extra pair of hands to hold your work. Workbenches are built to last forever. In fact, this workbench of mine used to be my grandfather's.
That means someday it might be mine.
Someday. The claw hammer is a good example of how a lever works. If a nail is hammered an inch into a piece of wood, it would be impossible to pull it out with your bare hands, even if you could get a good grip on it. You're just not strong enough. But a claw hammer is a type of lever that makes nails easy to pull out, because instead of working real hard to move the nail 1 inch, the lever lets you move the handle of the hammer 5 or 6 inches to move the nail that same 1 inch. You have to work just as hard, but you can spread your effort over a longer time, and that makes all the difference in the world.
Hammers come in all shapes and sizes. 3 of the most common are claw hammers, ball-peen hammers, and sledgehammers. Sledgehammers are the heaviest. They're used for breaking things up.
Like concrete, you mean?
Like concrete. And the longer the hammer handle is, the harder you can hit with it.
What are ball-peen hammers?
Ball-peen hammers are flat at one end of the head for hammering nails and rounded on the other end to drive nails even further into wood. Now everybody bends some nails when they hammer, so it's nice to have a claw hammer in your toolbox too, to grip the head of the nail and yank it out. This is the basement. Did you ever notice that when you drink water, the bubbles in your glass always float to the top? That's because air bubbles are lighter than water. The water sinks to the bottom, and the air bubbles rise up. In fact, air bubbles, if given a chance, will always tend to float. So, what if you had a closed tube of water with just one tiny bubble, and you could keep that bubble right in the middle of the liquid?
That would mean neither end is higher than the other, so the tube would be level.
Right. And that's just what a level does. If you center the bubble, you can be sure that whatever the level is resting on is level.
Who ever heard of a tool made from a bubble?
This is the basement. Saws are made from flat sheets of metal which have teeth cut into one edge. Saws with lots of tiny sharp teeth make very smooth cuts in wood, but don't cut very fast. Saws that have fewer, bigger teeth cut into the wood at a faster clip, but make a rougher cut. And finally, saws with very small teeth on a very thin blade are called hacksaws. They cut very slowly, but they can cut through metal, which is much, much harder than wood. This is the basement.
Wrenches are used to tighten and loosen nuts and bolts. Instead of sliding into the end of the fastener like a screwdriver does, the wrench wraps around the head, gripping it tight. There are all sorts of different wrenches: open end, box, adjustable, and ratchet. But they all have one thing in common. The longer their handles are, the easier they are to use.
This is the basement of our house.
There are all sorts of different screwdrivers, but you really only use 2 kinds around the house: the flathead screwdriver and the Phillips screwdriver. The flathead looks just like you would think it does. It has a long metal blade which ends in a flat tip. This tip fits right into a slot or groove in the head of a screw.
And isn't the tip of a Phillips screwdriver shaped like a cross?
Right. That cross fits right into a Phillips screw. Phillips screws are easier to work with because the screwdriver gets a better grip and won't slide out as easily.
Why don't you just use nails instead of screws?
for 2 reasons. Screws hold your work together tighter than nails, and they're easier to remove, too.
This is the basement of our house.
A tape measure is just a very long ruler rolled up into a small metal case. It has a little hook on one end, so that if you have to measure something, like a piece of wood, that's longer than you are, you can just hook the tape to one end, walk down to the other, unrolling it as you go, and see how long it is. Carpenters and other builders use tape measures all day long, and they have to be quite good at measuring and doing arithmetic to make sure their buildings come out nice and square.
This is the basement of our house.
One thing in the basement that doesn't change much from year to year.
This is the basement of our house. This is the dining room.
Vacuum cleaners suck up dirt and dust from carpets, floors, furniture, walls, almost anything. Vacuums come in all shapes and sizes. Big ones and little ones, with and without hoses. Vacuums that can clean up water as well as dirt. And even tiny handheld vacuums that run on batteries and don't have to be plugged in. Two things make a vacuum cleaner work: the brush and the vacuum. When you turn on your vacuum cleaner, a roller with bars and brushes starts rotating, beating the carpet, loosening dust, and raising it into the air. Then, the suction from the vacuum pulls the dust into a special bag inside the cleaner.
Doesn't it pull the air in with it?
Sure.
Then why doesn't the bag inflate like a balloon?
Because the bag is filled with tiny holes. Holes big enough to let air out, but too small to let dirt escape.
So then the air is forced out of the vacuum cleaner bag, but the dust stays inside.
And the bag fills up with dirt.
It's that simple.
We kept our floors clean enough, thank you. We used brooms made either from birch twigs tied together in a bundle or from cut straw gathered together and tied around the end of a long stick. We swept the ashes and dust either into the fireplace or out the front door, where it settled into the earth or just blew away.
Talk about a job. As soon as I got old enough, I think I was about 10, I was given the task of rolling up the rugs each Saturday morning, hanging them over the line out back, and beating the dust out of them with a wire rug beater. Beating them wasn't too bad, actually. It was kind of fun sometimes. But on hot days when there was no breeze, the dust just kind of hung there in the air and choked me. And by the time I was finished, the rugs were clean enough, but I sure wasn't. I remember, though, one Saturday I was wailing away at the carpets when a soldier just home from the war between the states watched me for a minute and told me that from the way I swung, he thought I'd make a good batsman.
What did he mean, batsman?
Well, he said he was talking about a new game he'd picked up in the Union Army called baseball. I thanked him, though I was sure I didn't know what he was talking about. My best friend's mother was the only person I knew who had an electric sweeper when I was a boy back in the 20s. It was bigger than I was, noisy as the dickens, and it scared me half to death when she turned it on. My mother wouldn't have one. Mops and brooms did the job fine, she said. She and Pop used to laugh about Mrs. Cleary's electric vacuum. They said that it didn't really pick up the dirt, it just moved it around from one place to the next.
Changing the vacuum cleaner bag was one of the jobs I hated the most. We had a big metal canister vacuum, and it seemed that every other week the bag got filled to the top with dust.
You could tell it was filled because when it couldn't pick up any more dirt, it would spray dust from the bag into the air and all around the floor that I just cleaned. And the new bag wasn't easy to get on either. Sometimes, just when I thought I had it on right, I'd turn on the vacuum and the bag would shoot off and dust would shoot everywhere. Actually, not everywhere. It seemed mainly to land on me. This is the dining room. Closets are little closed rooms where we can store things away out of sight. But the word closet used to mean any kind of small, closed room, even where people slept, for example. Most early houses didn't have closets the way we think of them. Clothes and blankets and other things were stored in chests or wardrobes instead. This is the dining room. The glasses we put out for holiday dinners are different from the everyday kind. They're called crystal, and they're very clear and hard to scratch, and there are usually designs or patterns cut into them. When sunlight or lamplight shines on this cut glass, it sparkles like a diamond, throwing off light in 1,000 different directions. And the dishes are different too. Fine china is highly polished and sometimes has beautiful designs or pictures painted on it. And it is so thin that if you hold a piece up to the light, you can see right through it.
But every time I try that, I get hollered at.
This is the dining room.
The oldest cups and dishes were either carved from wood or bone, or else made out of clay or metal, any material that would hold food and drink. Only kings and queens and the very rich could afford to have whole sets of dishes. Most people made do with a dish, a knife, and a spoon. And if they didn't have those, then their fingers and teeth would do.
This is the dining room. The 3-ring binders we use today are like instant books. They change every time we add or remove a page. The paper we put in them is called loose leaf paper. Not a bad name because each sheet is loose, and if you've ever dropped a pack, you know that it scatters like leaves in the wind.
Writing itself was invented over 5,000 years ago, probably in the land which we today call Iraq. In the beginning, people wrote on soft clay tablets, which hardened in the sun and couldn't be erased.
Boy, I'm glad I don't have to do my homework on them.
The Egyptians were really the ones who started using paper. They made it from a plant called papyrus, which grew along the Nile River. Today, our best paper is made from cotton rags, and it will last just about forever. Cheaper paper, like newspaper, is made from wood, and over time it will get brittle and fall apart.
I didn't really use a notebook of any sort in my early schooling. I did my lessons on a piece of slate, which is a flat black stone. I wrote on it with a piece of chalk and wiped it off when I was done. And the school mom did the same. The blackboard she used in class was nothing more than a bigger piece of the same slate hung on the front wall.
The teachers called our notebooks theme tablets, but we call them copybooks because that's what we did. Copy, copy, copy. They were covered with stiff black cardboard with little white squiggles running all through it, kind of like black marble. The pages were sewn into the book 2 by 2, so you couldn't rip one out without another one falling out somewhere else in the book. So by the end of the term, my copybooks had more Scotch tape in them than paper.
This is the dining room. Kids today get 1 or 2 new readers in school every year. They have different things in them: stories, poems, some adventures, and stuff like that. My favorites used to be the fables, though, where the animals can talk, and they're always trying to trick each other. They act just like people do. What's going to happen to books when you can fit 1 or 2,000 of them on one compact disc, just like the one you're using now? Or in a couple of years when you'll be able to put a whole library's worth of books on one disc, pictures and sounds included?
I don't know. Do you think books will disappear, like clay tablets and scrolls did?
Probably not. You see, one of the best things about books is that you can carry them around with you, in or out of the house, in bed, or on the beach. And you don't have to be hooked up to a machine. And no matter how important computers become in our lives in the future, we will always need a time and a space without machines. No TVs or radios, no computers or CD players. That's just our nature. And if we're lucky, when we find that time and place, we'll have a book with us. What's going to happen to books?
In the old days, readers were more like church sermons than school books, but Mr. McGuffey's reader changed all that. It brought everyday life right into the schoolhouse. Using McGuffey's readers, for example, we learned the alphabet by naming everyday farm objects and animals. A is for axe, C is for cat, O is for ox, and so on. And we learned about our country, too. Reading McGuffey's stories, I felt that I was a real American and no longer an immigrant, because I was learning the things that an American ought to know.
When I was a girl, I learned to read from McGuffey's readers. I came from a tiny little village deep in the countryside, but the stories I read in the reader about our country's history and about our great writers and thinkers were the same as those read by city children. The little stories and poems that were read over and over were aimed to teach us how to grow up strong and do well in life. And it worked, I think, at least for most of us.
The reader I remember best was the one I had in first grade. It was called Fun with Dick and Jane, I think. There was Dick and Jane, mother and father, their dog Spot, their cat Puff, and I think a farmer named Zeke, too. I don't recall the stories very well, but I do remember reading the stories in class. We took turns reading out loud. You'd read 1 or 2 paragraphs, and then it would be the next kid in the aisle's turn. There were about 60 of us in the class, so you got to listen a lot more than you got to read, that's for sure.
This is the dining room. Today's school bags are brightly colored and look kind of like a camper's backpack. They're made out of nylon or some other man-made material that is waterproof, mud-proof, snowball-proof, drag-along-the-sidewalk-proof, but not report card-proof, and definitely not homework-proof.
School was a simple affair when I was a boy. I didn't need to carry lots of equipment and supplies back and forth from home like kids do today. A couple of books, my slate board, a piece of chalk, and I was set. I tied my books and slate together with a canvas belt or book strap. You could carry them with one hand that way. Then I put my piece of chalk in my pocket along with an apple and maybe a few nuts for lunch and set off down the road for the schoolhouse.
The school bags we carried were leftover canvas duffel bags that the soldiers, we called them doughboys, carried during the Great War.
What was the Great War?
Oh, that's right. You call it World War I nowadays. Boy, you could do anything to those school bags, and they never gave out. Lasted for years. Girls didn't carry them, though. They carried school bags with handles. They looked like the briefcases you still see today. Those that could afford it bought leather ones, but most got along with leatherette, which was really just stiff, shiny cardboard.
We boys didn't call them school bags when I was a kid back in the 50s. They were Army bags. They came in one color, olive green, and we bought them at the Army Navy store. They had a flap that snapped shut and had straps with clips on the sides. You could either slip both arms through the straps and carry your Army bag on your back, or just put one arm through and just hang it from your shoulder. Now, wearing it across your back was easier and more comfortable, so of course we let it hang from our shoulders. Why? It looked better, of course.
This is the dining room. A calculator is a computer small enough to hold in the palm of your hand. It can help you add, subtract, multiply, and divide, and also help you with percentages, decimals, and even calculus.
Not calculus.
When it comes time, that is. Just remember, though, a calculator can do the arithmetic, but you're the one who has to know the right buttons to push. Smaller and faster, smaller and faster. That's the trend for anything with a computer inside of it, and that includes calculators. Today's calculators contain notebooks, alarm clocks, calendars, and typewriters in a package small enough to slip inside your shirt pocket. And tomorrow's models promise to be more powerful still, faster than room-sized computers were 25 years ago, and able to store a whole library's worth of information right in the palm of your hand. Guess where the oldest calculator of them all can be found?
Where?
Right on the shelves of the toy store. It's called an abacus, and it's about 25 centuries old, and it's nothing but groups of wooden beads strung on wires, 10 to a row. The first row is units, the second is tens, the third hundreds, and so on. With a little practice, you can add, subtract, multiply, and divide very quickly with an abacus, and it never needs batteries.
Using counters was about as technical as we got in grade school back in the 20s.
What do you mean, counters?
Counters were just little circular pieces of wood, about the size of nickels, that we learned to count with.
I know what you mean now.
Each of us had about 25 or 30 counters that we kept in a little felt drawstring bag. Mine was blue, I remember, and we'd dump them out on our desktops to help us through our arithmetic. And you know something? They really helped, because we could kind of see the problem set out on the desk before us. 7 counters, take away 4, and there it was, 3 counters left.
There were slide rules around in 1955 when I was a kid, but I'd have dared you to find a grade schooler who knew how to use one.
Why?
Well, you had to know quite a lot of math to use it, and be able to figure things inside your head that most of us still had to use paper and pencil for. The funny thing was, even engineers and scientists used slide rules in those days, since there were so few computers around. And today, a hand calculator can answer in less than a second a problem that may have taken a scientist an entire day to solve, pushing a slide rule back and forth.
This is the dining room. Nothing could be more common than everyday tables and chairs, right?
Right.
Not really. In many homes all over the world, there may be no chairs at all, or at most 1 or 2. You see, chairs and tables can only be made where there is a plentiful supply of wood.
But what do people do without tables and chairs?
Well, throughout Asia, for instance, people rest by squatting down on their heels rather than by sitting down on a chair. And in desert lands, women weave beautiful carpets to seat family and guests in their tents. Aside from comfort and cleanliness, one good reason for moving cooked food up from floor level to the table is that it stays warm longer. In general, the warmest part of a room is near the ceiling. That's because warm air rises. Cold air, on the other hand, is heavy and it tends to sink down to the floor. So keep your food on the table, or those cold drafts on the floor. Few houses in colonial times even had dining rooms, much less formal dining room tables. They were only for rich folk. In our house, there was a common room, a bedroom off to the side, and a sleeping loft above for us kids. And mind you, we weren't poor. The common room served as gathering room and kitchen, but when all 8 of us were around at once, there was very little room.
What did you do?
We simply moved our table out of the way after meals. It was just a wooden plank set on some trestles, so leaning it against the wall gave us lots more room. And the idea that a dinner table is really just a board didn't stop with us. Even modern folks still refer to bed and board when they talk about giving someone a place to sleep and food to eat. This is the dining room.
We still call our knives, forks, and spoons silverware, but nobody really uses silver anymore. Mostly our cutlery is made from stainless steel, which means that even though it contains iron, it won't rust when it gets wet or be discolored from the food we eat. Stainless steel, by the way, was discovered completely by accident. A scientist testing different kinds of steel just happened to notice that one of the scraps that he discarded didn't rust when all the others had. Rather than ignoring his discovery, he went back and figured out what made the steel resist rusting.
That was smart.
Yep. He took advantage of an accident to bring the world a brand new product. Knives and spoons have been around for a long, long time. For thousands of years, in fact. Knives, of course, are for cutting food, meat especially, and spoons are really just tiny cups with long handles for holding or stirring liquids. But forks are pretty new as far as cutlery goes. It wasn't until about 900 years ago that people in Europe began using forks to spear their food rather than just picking it up with their fingers. In fact, for a long time after that, those who used and could afford forks were thought to be snobs.
Sometimes you just don't know what's good for you. Take me, for example. When I was a boy, we ate from pewter plates and drank out of pewter cups. Every meal, every day. Pewter is kind of a poor man's silver. It's got a dull metal gray color, but it shines up and will last just about forever. In fact, some of our family's pewter was made by an American hero, Paul Revere himself. Now, we knew that pewter was made with lead as one of its ingredients, but we sure didn't know that lead was so dangerous to human beings. It kind of makes me wonder what else we didn't know.
This is the dining room.
Today's thermostats are another place where computers have found a job to do. By pressing a few buttons, you can program the thermostat to automatically cool your house down at night when your family is asleep under covers, and to warm it up again in the morning right before you wake. Thermostats are really just thermometers equipped with switches that are wired to your home's furnace. The thermometer reads the temperature inside the house, and when it drops to a certain level, say 64 degrees, an electrical switch closes, sending a signal to the heater to fire up and warm the house. Then, when the temperature rises, say to 66 degrees, the switch opens again, turning off the heater. And by the way, during the summertime, the thermostat also controls the air conditioner.
Every room in the modern house is connected by electrical wires which run from lights and outlets through the walls to a service entrance, usually in the basement. Now, what if each room were also connected to a central computer, or had computers of their own which constantly checked out what was happening inside them? Then you would have a smart house.
How would a smart house be different?
In a smart house, for example, you wouldn't have to remember to turn off the lights when you left a room. A special sensor would stop feeling the heat of your body, and after a minute or two, when it was sure you weren't coming back, it would switch the lights off for you. And the same would go for heating the rooms in a smart house. Instead of 1 or 2 thermostats controlling the entire house, each room might have its own sensors and thermostats. Leave the room, and the room cools down, saving you money and also conserving precious natural resources such as oil and natural gas. We didn't pay much attention to the thermostat when we were kids during the 50s. Remember, this was before most people thought about saving energy or preserving the environment. Dad kept the thermostat set at about 72 degrees during the day, whether we were home or not. And if he remembered, he set it back a degree or two at night. And even on the coldest winter days, we thought the house was uncomfortable if we couldn't walk around in our short-sleeved shirts. This is the dining room. Here is the kitchen. Some foods like meat, fish, dairy products, fresh fruits, and vegetables will soon start to go bad if they are kept in a warm place.
That's why you need refrigerators.
Right. Refrigerators are like little cold rooms in your kitchen. They let you keep food fresh and healthful for many days at a time, even when it is hot outside. Freezers are even colder. They freeze the water that is in the food and keep the food from turning bad for weeks or even months at a time.
When you put an ice cube in a glass of water, it makes it a lot colder than if you just pour the same amount of freezing water into it. That's because it takes a lot of heat or energy to change the ice into liquid. And when the heat leaves the water to help melt the ice, the water gets colder. A refrigerator works just the same way, but instead of changing solid ice to liquid water, it changes something called a refrigerant from a liquid to a gas. Now, where does the heat come from to change the liquid refrigerant into a gas? From the food. And what happens when the heat leaves the food?
It gets colder.
When you put an ice cube
When blocks of ice became available, the refrigerator moved indoors from the spring house right into the kitchen where the food is prepared. And since then, refrigerating food has become very simple, thanks to the electric motor. In the last 60 years, refrigerator freezers have gotten bigger and better. But we now know at quite a cost to the environment. The chemical refrigerant used in modern refrigerators, it turns out, is helping destroy the protective layer of ozone which surrounds our planet. And because of this, refrigerators will surely change again, and in the very near future. In the days before electricity, women folk did the best we could to keep our food from spoiling. Our farm, for example, had a spring house. It was a little stone house built right over the spot where a stream flowed out from the ground. The water in this little stream was cool enough to keep jars of milk, eggs, and meats fresh for a day or two. But you had to be careful when you went to the spring house. Lots of snakes and critters liked the cool darkness, too.
Back in Honest Abe's day, Father and I cut ice from the pond during the winter and stored it in the ice house. Some ice houses were built above ground in a shady spot, but we dug ours right into the ground. We put an entire year's supply of ice in a room filled with straw. That helped keep the heat out, and by the following winter, the last of the old ice had either been used or had melted away.
Was cutting ice fun?
Oh, not by a long shot. Sawing ice was dangerous, back-breaking work. Men would cut the ice with great saws and load it onto sleds, and I would guide the team of horses that dragged it off to the ice house.
When we were little, even homes that had electricity only used it for lights. We kept our meat, fruit, and vegetables cool in ice boxes. The iceman would come down the street each day and sell us 50 or 100-pound cakes of ice. He'd put the ice in the top door of the ice box, where the cool air would drop down onto the food stored below as the ice melted during the day.
What did the Iceman do in the winter? You didn't need ice then.
Oh, he still made his rounds, but he delivered coal or firewood for the Franklin stove instead.
Back in the 1950s, when we were kids, just about every home had a fridge. They were noisy and broke down a lot and didn't hold very much food, the freezer compartments especially. But then again, we didn't buy a lot of packaged and frozen foods either. But because refrigerators let us store more food in our own kitchens for longer periods of time, a new kind of food store started appearing in our neighborhoods, the supermarket, where we could buy every different kind of food.
You mean there were no supermarkets when you were small?
Nope, just corner groceries. Here is the kitchen. All of the food we eat starts out life either as a plant or as some kind of animal. Take breakfast, for instance. Milk comes from
A cow.
bacon from,
A pig?
oranges from,
A tree.
eggs from,
A chicken?
corn for your cornflakes from,
A cornstalk?
coffee from a bush. You name it, it's either plant or animal. Then how come our food doesn't look that way on our table? Probably because so many things happen to it between the field where it grew and the table where it's eaten. See, most of us don't live on farms anymore. So to us, the first we see food is when it comes home from the supermarket, packaged in boxes or wrapped in cellophane. Just heat and serve.
It's hard to believe nowadays how much we looked forward to the first fruits and vegetables of spring.
How come?
Well, after eating dried beans and fruits, salt pork, and whatever all winter long, the first peas we shelled and ate fresh meant more to us than any banquet. Our gardens were as important to us as our homes, and even our founding fathers, President Jefferson, for example, were great gardeners who planted new kinds of crops each year. Tom Jefferson actually had a running bet from year to year with George Washington to see who could produce the earliest crop of spring peas.
Who won the bet?
I don't know, but my money is on Jefferson.
Those of us who lived in town back in Lincoln's day got our food from big open-air markets, called farmers' markets, that were set up on open ground in the market square. Of course, you got your staples, flour, molasses, rice, and so forth, from the general store. But in-season fruits and vegetables were in the stalls, and chickens and smoked hams and sides of beef hung on hooks in the open air for us to take home for the families. Now, fresh food like this wouldn't keep forever, especially through a long winter, so we dried all the water out of it and ate lots of hardtack and beef jerky and dried fruit whenever we couldn't get fresh.
I lived in the city as a kid in the 20s, but I knew pretty much about farms anyway. You see, food wouldn't keep in our ice boxes very long, especially in summer. So I wound up going to the store every day to buy our food fresh. I'd go to the greengrocers for lettuce, cabbage, or peas, still in the shell, mind you, whatever was in season. And as I got older, I'd even pick out a nice chicken or a good piece of liver for supper. And the hucksters that drove their wagons down our streets straight off the farm, they'd shout out whatever they had. You could hear 'em for blocks. Asparagus early in the spring, peas a little later. But when the strawberries ripened in June, that's one errand we didn't mind running.
Nowadays, you can get any kind of food almost any time of year. But back in the 50s, things were different. There wasn't as much frozen food when I was a boy, so you had to wait till foods were in season before you could get them.
What does in season mean?
It means waiting until the farmer picked his crop and brought it to market. But boy, was it ever worth it. In the summer, right about the time the first peaches ripened, the local dairy started making peach ice cream with bits of fresh peach all through it. To this day, peach ice cream makes me think of warm July evenings 30 or 35 years ago. Seems like yesterday.
Here is the kitchen. Telephones are in just about every room in today's house, but they can be found most often in the kitchen. Today's computerized phones can take calls from 2 different callers at once, talk to computers at the bank or shopping center, take messages while you are out, and actually follow you around the house.
How do they do that?
You know, portable phones.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The telephone has become such a part of modern life that it is no longer considered a convenience. It's become a necessity. In the last 10 years, it has changed greatly, as first portable house phones, then car phones, and now personal carry-around phones have entered our lives. And although the phone has made our lives much easier over the years, it has interrupted the privacy of our homes, and many people are starting to use answering machines to screen their calls.
I know, especially at meal times.
Mr. Watson, come at once. I want you. Alexander Graham Bell, who in 1876 invented the telephone, sent this first phone message to his assistant, Mr. Watson, asking for help after spilling acid on his pants. Mr. Bell was never comfortable with the fame his invention brought him, and devoted much of his life to educating the deaf.
So he helped people hear each other 2 ways, not just one.
Right.
Until Ben Franklin straightened things out, we could never really be sure if our letters would get where we sent them. Old Ben set up the United States Post Office, and it was one of the new government's first and most important jobs. The mail got more dependable then, but not a lot faster. It still took weeks for a letter to travel more than 100 miles or so.
Of course, in our day, there were no telephones. We sent important messages from office to office by telegraph. Telegraph lines seemed to follow the railroads across the country, and this was the first time messages traveled across country in seconds. The Western Union men used Morse code to send out their telegrams. Each letter of the alphabet was a different set of dots and dashes.
You mean like signaling SOS when you're in danger? 3 dashes, 3 dots, 3 dashes?
Exactly. But do you know what SOS stands for?
I do. Save our ship.
Right again.
Phones were scarce as hen's teeth when we were young. If you had one at all, it was in the hallway, and it had no dial. You had to ring up the operator and tell her who you wanted to talk to. More often, the grocer's or the general store's phone took care of the entire neighborhood. That's how I made some pocket money on weekends, by running from the store over to the neighbors' houses to tell them when they had a call.
When we were kids, telephones came in one color, black, and they had dials rather than buttons. We actually shared our phone line with another family down the street. We called it a party line, and you couldn't talk on your phone if the other family was on the line, but you could hear what they were saying.
That must have been fun.
Well, remember, they could hear what you were saying, too. It could get mighty uncomfortable, especially if you knew the family you shared your party line with.
Here is the kitchen.
There's no limit to what we'll do to get a good cup of coffee in the mornings, and no end to the gadgets that we'll buy to make it either. For example, today's coffee makers actually have built-in clocks. You put the coffee and the water in the night before and set the clock for about 10 minutes before you wake up in the morning. Then, right on schedule, the water heats to a boil, drips down over the coffee, and the smell of fresh brewed coffee wakes you up.
It's like an alarm clock for your nose.
Most coffee beans today are picked from bushes that grow in South America. But we first picked up the habit from Turkish soldiers who invaded Europe over 300 years ago. That's how it is with war sometimes. Not only do armies clash, but different cultures mix also, with each leaving habits, ideas, and inventions behind when they leave.
Coffee was available back in Washington's day, but in my family we drank tea. You see, we'd come over from England not long before and brought our tea-drinking habits with us. In fact, you could almost say that tea helped make a nation out of us.
How could that be?
No, because when Sam Adams and his Sons of Liberty held the Boston Tea Party, dumping all that tea into Boston Harbor rather than paying taxes on it, he helped send the colonies down the road to independence.
That old saying about wood, that it warms you twice, once when you're cutting it, and once again when you put it into the stove. And that's how it was with coffee when I was a kid. I got to enjoy it twice, once at the store and once again at home. About twice a week or so, Mom would send me to the grocer's for a half-pound of coffee, a pound if we had the money. The roasted coffee beans were kept in a wooden bin with a glass top. They smelled good, kind of bitter but rich when you scooped them out. Then when you spilled them into the big iron coffee grinder and started turning that handle, that warm, dark smell just sent you to heaven. And it was almost as good the second time around, smelling the first pot that Mom put on for Pop on a brisk Saturday morning before he left for work.
It was a mystery watching the big electric coffee pot that stood on our kitchen counter go about its job. It was a solid plastic of some sort, except on top of the lid where there was a clear glass handle that looked like a flat bubble. Mom filled the pot partway with clear water and put a couple tablespoons of ground coffee into a basket that stayed near the top. And when she plugged it in, the water would start to hiss and boil and shoot up to the top of the pot where we could see it pop against the glass bubble and drip back down. The first couple of bubbles were clear, but after it dripped back down through the coffee a few times, it started turning a darker and darker brown. It was percolating, Mom said. It smelled good and sounded funny and was neat to watch, but it sure didn't taste very good, at least to me.
Here is the kitchen. Some people like to make all their food from scratch. That is, where every ingredient is fresh and they do all the mixing and measuring themselves. Others buy products where all the work is done beforehand. If it's a cake they want, they just add water. If it's soup, they just open the can and heat it. Or if it's a whole dinner, just pop it into the microwave for a couple of minutes.
We do a little of each in our family.
When you lived on a farm like we did, and just about everybody else in those days, you learned to depend on yourself for almost all your needs. We kept a cow for the milk she gave and the butter and cheese. We kept a couple of pigs. Pigs gave us ham and pork and bacon, which we could cure in the smokehouse and keep all through the winter. And sure, we grew our vegetables fresh, melons and squash and lettuce, but we spent most of our time growing crops that would last the winter without going bad. Crops like carrots and apples and potatoes. And of course, we grew wheat because we all need bread to eat.
By the time I was a girl in the 1860s, the land here in the east was getting pretty settled. Just about every creek or stream had a little village alongside it, and every village had its mill sitting by the water. The mill was an important place. That's where you went to get your grain ground into flour for baking and cooking. The mill itself had two circular stones, bigger than wagon wheels, which were turned by a big water wheel. The mill'd put our corn in there, and out would come cornmeal or wheat, or out come wheat flour, and the same with rye or oats or barley. Of course, Dad and I didn't bring home from the mill as much as we took. Rather than pay the miller cash, we would just give him some of our grain.
That's neat. You just traded your grain for his time.
Our kitchen looked like a food factory sometimes. We never knew what we were going to find when we came in from school. Sometimes Mom had made egg noodles or pasta, and it was spread all over the kitchen table drying. And during the summer, when the tomatoes or apples or peaches ripened, why, we'd have bushels of them all over the place, and we'd all pitch in. The stove would be going morning, noon, and night. We'd get in a big supply of lids and sealing wax for the mason jars, and we wouldn't stop till we had an entire year's supply canned and put away on the shelves. You know, I remember the work and the awful late summer heat. But I mainly remember the way we worked together, and the stories we told to pass the time, and the feeling you got knowing that you were really ready for the winter.
My mom made most of her cakes from scratch when I was a girl in the 50s, but she always kept a box or two of cake mix that she bought at the supermarket, because sometimes she'd be out all day running errands, and she could still mix up a cake in 20 minutes or so, just by adding a couple of eggs and some water. They didn't taste quite as good as homemade, but we really didn't mind, as long as there was enough icing, that is. Here is the kitchen.
Today's irons make short work of getting the wrinkles out of clothes. Of course, the clothes themselves do half the work, since most of them are permanent press and don't wrinkle much in the first place. Electric irons heat up in much the same way as the electric stove does. But when you pour water into it, the heat boils the water and the steam sort of relaxes the wrinkles in clothes, making them easier to iron.
Just the way wetting your hair makes it easier to comb.
In the old days, ironing clothes took up an entire day, once a week. But today, new ways of making wrinkle-free clothes and steam irons and clothes dryers make ironing a job that takes up maybe half an hour every couple of days or so, if that. And it's not hard to imagine that by the time today's kids grow up, ironing will be a thing of the past, and they'll have to explain to their own children what an iron looked like and what it did.
The irons that my mother used in the 20s weren't at all like the lightweight models used today. No, sir. They were called irons because that's what they were, made of iron and weighing about 10 pounds each. Hefting an iron all day long was real work. It left aches in your muscles that you never thought would go away.
How did your mother get the irons hot?
Well, Mom set up the ironing by the wood stove in the kitchen. She had 2 irons that she heated up on the stove. She'd use one till it cooled down and then set it back on the stovetop, switch the handle to the other iron, and work that one a while. And she had to pay attention, too. If she left the iron too long on the hot stove, it could burn a hole right through the shirt or pair of trousers that she was ironing. And then, look out!
The electric iron that Mom used when I was a kid helped make a long, boring job a little bit easier for her to take. 2 afternoons a week, right after lunch, Mom would set up the ironing board and plug in the iron by the radio or in front of the TV set to help her pass the time. And believe me, ironing took a lot of time. Shirts, pants, blouses, and dresses came off the clothesline a mass of wrinkles, and the hot iron alone couldn't smooth them out. Mom used a Pepsi bottle with a little sprinkler top to dampen the clothes before she ironed them, and dress shirts and collars of dresses had to be starched as well, so they wouldn't wrinkle 5 minutes after you put them on. Here is the kitchen.
Why do you need faucets? Well, it's a funny thing. You don't actually need a faucet to get water out of the water pipe. You actually need them to keep the water from coming out all the time. Faucets are really just caps at the end of your water pipes, caps that you can open or close to turn the water on or off. And faucets today not only let you set how fast the water comes out, but they can also mix water from the hot water pipe and the cold water pipe to give you warm water for washing.
When rain falls or snow melts, any water that doesn't run off into streams or evaporate will seep into the ground until it reaches solid rock, and then it collects in an underground lake or starts flowing as an underground stream. When you drill a well, you are just digging a hole into that underground water supply, and then you can pump it up to ground level for you to use.
And that's why we shouldn't pour polluted water into the ground, because if it mixes with fresh water underground, then all the water will be polluted.
That's right. When I was a girl, I could figure out how most things worked just by looking at them. Take our well, for example. I was there when my father and older brothers dug it, boring deep into the ground, 40 feet or so, until they struck water. And whenever I went out to draw a bucket of water from the pump in our backyard, I'd see in my mind's eye how it was coming from way under our land, and I'd try and figure out why it was always the same temperature, winter or summer. Mind you, I said I could figure out most things, not everything.
I can figure it out.
All right, how does it work?
It's simple. Winter and summer doesn't mean anything 40 feet below the earth, so the water doesn't change temperature.
You're right on target. The faucets we had back in the 50s weren't that much different than today's kind, except that they always seemed to be leaking. Dad could pretend not to notice when they dripped a little. He could always turn the handle just a little tighter than the rest of us. But pretty soon it would drip no matter what. Then out come the toolbox and the jar of rubber washers, and Dad and I would go to work. It was a simple job, really. Unscrew the handles and the faucet stems, take out the old rubber washers, put in the new ones, put it back together, and that was it. It was the first repair job I learned how to do. I was only 8 years old, but I felt a lot older, like my family depended on me, you know?
I know. I feel that way when I help my dad mow the lawn.
Here is the kitchen.
Our kitchen cabinets hold just about everything that doesn't need refrigeration. The drawers have special shapes and uses. There's a real deep one for bread and rolls, one with little dividers to hold knives, forks, and spoons, tall, skinny broom closets, and real deep cabinets with shelves inside that spin like a merry-go-round called Lazy Susans.
Why are they called Lazy Susans?
Because it's a lazy way of getting food out of a deep cabinet. Instead of reaching all the way in back, just spin the Lazy Susan till it comes around front.
Here is the kitchen.
Preparing meals usually involves cutting, chopping, mixing, or blending our food. Now, you can sharpen your knife and do it by hand, or you can toss your ingredients into a food processor and let it do the work for you. With a food processor, you can grate stale bread into breadcrumbs, make fresh fruit juice, slice carrots, dice apples, shred lettuce, and even make bread dough, in a fraction of the time it'd take to do it by hand.
The earliest mixer was a mortar and pestle. It's just a shallow clay bowl where you put something, a flower say, or maybe some leaves, and then you pounded it down with a clay grinder that looked a little like a bone until you smashed the plant up and got some of its juices or oils out. The earliest doctors and healers used to grow special plants called herbs, which they would grind down and give to their sick patients. Even today, if you look at the sign over your drugstore, chances are you'll still see the mortar and pestle. It's the symbol of the druggist, just like the red and white pole is the symbol of the barber.
I've seen that sign before. It's even on some medicine bottles in our cabinet.
Mashing yams or potatoes was never a job I looked forward to back in the 1860s, although being the oldest girl, that was the job I got. You put your potatoes in a bowl, add a little milk, and just start smashing and mashing down by hand. I'll tell you one thing, though. It sure got you breathing hard by the time you were through. And of course at dinner, my brothers weren't shy about calling my attention to the lumps. Mom had an old silver hand mixer in the kitchen when I was a girl in the 20s. I used to play with it all the time, trying to figure out how it worked.
Was it electric?
No, you turn the handle. Some gears would turn, and then each beater would turn in a different direction. You had to really set the mixer flying for it to do the job right, and it was hard work. But if you didn't, your mashed potatoes be too lumpy to eat.
Hearing the mixer start to run in our house when I was a kid usually meant cakes or cookies. We had a big metal mixer that sat on the kitchen counter, along with 2 different size mixing bowls. The 2 beaters would start to spin. They looked like propellers on a ship. and that would start the bowls spinning around, making sure all the food got mixed into the beaters. It was neat watching different colored foods get added together. Sometimes they would just blend half and half, but other times one color would just kind of disappear. That was fun. But that's not why my brother and I stayed close to the kitchen.
I know. You were really there for the beaters.
You know, some things never change.
Here is the kitchen. Toasters work by heating the outside of bread, drying it out, and giving it a fresh-baked kind of taste. In fact, bread crust is actually just the part of the loaf which got toasted during baking. Today's electric toasters are made to toast bread, bagels, muffins, and some even have little electric ovens to heat slices of pizza and other frozen foods. Watch the electricity from the outlet flow through the toaster wire and turn the wire coils inside the toaster red hot. This is what toasts the outside of the bread. Just like all our other cooking back in Washington's day, we toasted our bread in the fireplace, and we did it by hand. We just stuck our slice of bread on the end of a long fork and then held it over the open fire till it suited us.
That's how we toast marshmallows today, over a campfire.
Our toasters were actually pieces of wrought iron bent to hold a slice of bread, and we just set them on top of the kitchen stove. We could toast both sides of the bread at once that way, but unless the stove was very hot, it took quite a bit of time.
Making toast when we were youngsters was quite a production and a little bit risky, too. The electric heating coils were out in the open, and if you touched them, you could get quite a shock. We toasted the bread one side at a time, flipping it over after the coils toasted one side. Doing it this way, a good piece of toast was hard to come by.
The toaster we used as kids was another modern convenience of the electric kitchen. Not only did it toast the bread, but we could control how dark it got, and it popped up automatically when it was finished. Well, sometimes it did anyway.
You know, they still haven't gotten that right.
Here is the kitchen. The modern stove has burners to cook food, while in the oven other foods can be baked. This stove uses electricity for its heat, but others, the kind where you actually see the fire, burn natural gas.
Electricity is a kind of energy that can do two different jobs. It either does work, like turning a motor, for example, or it turns into another kind of energy called heat. Now, when Mom or Dad turns on the stove, electricity flows through wires beneath the range top into the burners, and it heats them up till they actually start to glow red hot. And it's that heat which cooks your food. Electricity.
Over the years, cooking food has become safer, faster, and easier. And it's still changing, even today.
I know, with microwaves.
Right. The old oven is giving way to computerized microwave ovens, which work by vibrating water molecules in the food, cooking it from the inside out. For many foods, this cuts preparation time from hours down to minutes, and makes cooking meals simple enough for the entire family to do. Over the years, cooking food.
Ben Franklin invented the stove over 200 years ago in Philadelphia. Old Ben figured that if he could put his cooking and heating fire into an iron box and move it out of the fireplace and into the room, most of the hot air would stay indoors and only the smoke would go up the chimney.
And he was right.
He sure was. Because of Franklin's stove, rooms got warmer and less drafty, and cooking food became easier and much safer.
In President Washington's day, we cooked food in a stone hearth or fireplace. Working near an open fire could be very dangerous, as our linen dresses and aprons could easily catch fire. In the summer, cooking meals was so hot that most of our farms had separate buildings called summer kitchens, so that a cooking fire wouldn't heat up the entire house.
By the time Lincoln was president, most of our houses had gotten Franklin stoves. Cooking was faster and better than over an open fire because the women could control how hot the fire became by how much air they let into the firebox. This saved them time, and it made father's and my life easier too, because we didn't have to spend every spare minute chopping firewood.
When I was a child, the bucket-a-day coal stove was king of the kitchen. Cooking with coal wasn't much faster than with wood, but it sure was easier to keep the fire going, since coal was delivered right to my door, and nobody had to bother cutting firewood. Now, you couldn't turn a coal stove on and off. They took a while to heat up, and then you just had to let them burn out. So we kept the stove hot all day, summer and winter, and it was the job of the oldest child, that was me, to start the fire each morning for breakfast and hot water.
Back in the 50s, electric and gas stoves had made cooking meals fast and clean. We didn't have to sweep up wood ash or coal dust every day like our parents did. We got as much heat as we needed just by turning a dial.
Here is the kitchen.
One way to look at our bodies is to think of them as little furnaces which take in fuel, that's our food, and break it down into energy which we burn up every minute, day and night. Different parts of our bodies need different kinds of fuel, and we take a vitamin each day to make sure our bodies get exactly what they need, just in case we don't eat the right kinds of food.
There were tonics for whatever ailed us back when I was a girl in Lincoln's day. Some we got at the general store in town, and some from the peddler who visited every month or so. Those medicines and concoctions never did much, I don't think. Mind over matter, most of it was. But they had wonderful labels and positively magical names. Names like Dr. Miller's Kidney Tonic and Carter's Little Liver Pills. Did you ever hear the like? Why, I felt better just looking at them. Now, you have to understand, cod liver oil is about the worst tasting stuff on the face of the earth. Compared to cod liver oil, asparagus tastes like chocolate cake. But Mom said it was good for us. So every Sunday night, each of the kids lined up for a teaspoonful. It was amazing how something that was so good for you made you feel so bad.
Couldn't you sneak out of line?
Not with my mother, you couldn't. She was usually a step or two ahead of us. And after a while, Mom started mixing the cod liver oil into a glass of orange juice. It made it go down a little easier, but you know, I've never taken to orange juice ever since.
It seemed like almost every food we heard about on the radio and TV when we were little, from white bread to chocolate milk, was packed with vitamins. Vitamins and minerals promise to make us grow straight and strong, keep our teeth white and our eyes bright, and every morning at breakfast, sure as shooting, there'd be a little red vitamin pill there beside our glass of vitamin C orange juice, our fortified cereal, and our vitamin D milk. Breakfast just wasn't breakfast without it.
Here is the kitchen.
This is the bathroom of our house.
Electric curlers are like steam irons for your hair. They work the same way. Moist heat from the curlers relaxes your hair's curls, or wrinkles,
just like a steam iron smooths out wrinkles in a pair of pants. Leave the curlers in till your hair dries, and your hair will have taken the shape of the curler it was wrapped around. If you use lots of tiny curlers, your hair will have lots of tiny curls. But if you use just a few large curlers, your hair will be much straighter with just a little wave to it. I remember my only trip to Philadelphia. I was just a girl going to spend my 10th summer with my mother's sister. That was the first time I'd ever seen a wig maker's shop. And there must have been a dozen powdered wigs in the window, each one with more curls than the next. My aunt told me that wealthy women wore them to parties and other special occasions, but not for everyday wear.
Wigs? Ugh, they must have been so hot.
The hairstyles my sisters and I wore back in the 1860s were pretty simple affairs, and they usually involved braiding each other's hair and tied it into a bun on the back of our heads. We made our hair quite attractive that way, and if you weren't blessed with a head of curls, the braids gave your hair extra body and life when you combed them out. There were two ways of curling your hair back in the 20s, and neither one was a lot of fun. You could use a curling iron, which you heated on the top of the stove and then actually curled your hair around. Or you could wrap your hair in a set of aluminum curlers. Now, with the curling iron, you kind of took your chances, because if you left it on the stovetop a minute too long, you could singe your hair.
You mean burning your hair off?
That happened, believe me.
What was your other choice?
The metal curlers were safer, but they carried their own problems. You see, if you washed your hair and put the curlers in right before bedtime, you tossed and you turned all night, trying to get comfortable with 100 little aluminum points sticking into your head. Not much fun, I'll tell you.
My brothers and I had a lot of fun watching my older sister getting ready for her Saturday night dates. She'd wash her hair first thing Saturday morning, and in'd go the curlers, even before she got to her chores. And if she had to go out before her hair set, she'd tie a scarf around her hair and put on dark glasses so nobody'd recognize her, I guess. And off she'd go with 2 or 3 of her friends, who looked the same way she did, by the way. They looked like a pack of aliens going down the street, and boy, did we ever let them know it. This is the bathroom of our house.
Our bodies are made up mostly of water, gallons of it, and it's best if the air we breathe has some water in it too. It helps keep our mouths from getting dry and keeps our noses and lungs working well too, because germs have an easier time getting into our bodies when the air is very, very dry. And you can tell when the air in your house is too dry.
How can you tell?
Did you ever get a little electric shock when you touch something metal indoors in the winter?
Sure, that's static electricity.
Right. And then you know that the air you're breathing is drier than desert air. That's when a humidifier comes in handy. It can put a fine mist into dry air to make it more breathable. The vaporizers we had in the 1950s actually boiled water, sending real steam into the air, not just a mist of water droplets. We only used them on rare occasions to help loosen real bad chest colds, and with good reason. They were dangerous. One time, my mom set up the vaporizer, filled it with water and a little menthol jelly, plugged it in, and left the room. And it promptly caught fire. So there I was in bed with a burning fever and a burning vaporizer between me and the door.
What did you do?
Well, the old vaporizer wound up in the trash, and I wound up with a towel over my head breathing in steam from a pot of hot faucet water.
This is the bathroom of our house.
What's a bathtub for?
For taking baths, of course.
Now, wait a minute, that's only part of the answer. Sure, you may have to take a bath every night, or at least every school night, to get clean. But we also take baths for lots of other reasons. Little kids, for example, can spend hours swimming in the tub, playing with boats and balls and toys, and making pretend. Moms and dads take warm baths to relax and dream, showers to wake them up in the mornings, and sometimes just to get away on a 10-minute vacation. And today's bathtubs do more than just hold water. Some shoot out jets of water which massage you with warm water while you sit in the tub. Just the thing for those tired, achy muscles.
Houses didn't have built-in bathtubs or even bathrooms back in Lincoln's day for the simple reason that there was no indoor plumbing. If we wanted water in the house, we carried it in from the pump, a bucket at a time.
Boy, that must have been hard work. Water is heavy.
Oh, but that's not the whole story. We had to carry it out again when we were finished using it. So needless to say, I didn't take many baths as a boy. Only about one a week in the summer and less than that in the winter. When bath time did roll around, I filled up a tub with water that Mom had heated on the stove, and I took my bath right there in the kitchen. Houses didn't have built-in.
Taking a bath in our big clawfoot tub was quite an event. It was called a clawfoot because it sat off the floor on 4 iron feet, shaped like lion's paws. It was long and deep and took forever to fill with water. And once you climbed in, you could almost imagine yourself sitting on a throne or in a lion's lap.
When you have to get washed quick, fast, and in a hurry, nothing beats a shower. Now, up till I was about 9 years old, I wasn't allowed to take showers. Mom knew that I'd get water all over the bathroom floor. And I think Dad still remembered the water pouring through the kitchen ceiling when my older sister left the shower curtain hanging out. But showers were better just for getting clean because the dirt and soapy water ran right off you and down the drain. And it's fun watching warm steam swirl in the air around me as I was getting dried and dressed. It was like 10 minutes in a cloud. This is the bathroom of our house. Electric razors are very simple machines. A small motor inside the razor moves lots of little sharp blades very rapidly, either around in circles or back and forth behind a metal screen. A man's day-old whiskers stick through the screen and are cut off very close to the skin, while his skin is kept safe from the moving blades. Beards have been going in and out of style since the Stone Age, and men have been scraping whiskers off their faces for at least as long. Almost any sharp edge would do. Knife blades, glass, even seashells. And if they didn't have soap to soften their whiskers first, they'd use oil, or even nothing at all.
I think I'd have just grown a beard.
My pop sure needed a steady hand to shave himself back in the 1920s. He'd stand there in his undershirt in front of the cloudy little bathroom mirror and sharpen his straight razor on the leather strop, back and forth until it gleamed. He said that the sharper the blade was, the safer it was. I didn't understand, but it was his neck, and who was I to argue? Then he'd lather up his beard with his shaving brush and start scraping the razor across his beard. I had to be very quiet then, though Dad kept humming to himself through the whole operation.
I remember watching my dad use his safety razor to shave back in the 50s. They were called safety razors because only the very edge of the blade showed from out of the razor. You could adjust them, too. My dad shaved real close. He told me that he hated getting a 5 o'clock shadow, but he'd nick himself at least once a day trying to keep it away.
What's a 5 o'clock shadow?
Most men shave in the morning, so by late afternoon, say around 5 o'clock, their beards have had a chance to grow back. And if your whiskers are dark, then you have yourself a 5 o'clock shadow. This is the bathroom of our house.
Today there are all sorts of teeth cleaning gadgets in the bathroom. Electric toothbrushes, for example, move their bristles in just the right way to clean our teeth, even the hard-to-reach ones. Other appliances shoot tiny jets of water between our teeth to force out little bits of food which can cause cavities. And dental floss, a type of thin wax string, helps get the rest.
When I was a girl 60-odd years ago, I used baking soda to keep my teeth clean.
Baking soda?
That's right, the same stuff my mom used in her baking. Now, it didn't taste sweet or minty like today's toothpastes, but it did the trick, and we knew that eating an apple for dessert was a good natural way to keep our teeth clean and healthy. I guess you could say that an apple a day kept the doctor and the dentist away.
Back in the 50s, all we had to keep our teeth clean was a toothbrush. That and about 1 million brands of toothpaste. Toothpaste ads were all over the television. Some told us that dentists used their brand most often, others that kids like theirs the best, and some brands claimed to kill the most germs. And some commercials even sold toothpaste using charging rhinos, roaring lions, and poisonous snakes, all to show how tooth decay couldn't get through their invisible cavity shield. This is the bathroom of our house.
Modern medicines can do wonders. Taken properly, a pill smaller than an M&M can keep an adult man or woman alive for years and years. But if taken by the wrong person, that same pill can cause injury or even death.
That's because our bodies are all different.
Right. And medicine that's just right for somebody in your family may be very dangerous for the rest. So, how do you tell the difference?
That's easy. Only take the medicine that the doctor and your parents say is right for you. And never take any other medicine at all, no matter how good it looks.
Deal?
Deal.
We may think that our medicines today come from the laboratory, and that's true to a point. Sometimes scientists make medicines on their own, but more often they find new medical uses for plants, both old and new ones. Most of these plants come from tropical forests. So many more kinds of species grow in those warm, rainy regions. In fact, there are still thousands and thousands of new kinds of plants in these rainforests, just waiting to be discovered. And some probably hold cures for the diseases which still affect our lives. This is just another reason why the Earth's rainforests have to be protected and cared for.
Rainforests are the world's medicine chest.
We tried to stay away from doctors and surgeons when I was little. Pa said that it seemed most folks got sicker rather than better after a doctor's visit. The doctor in our village had a habit of bleeding his patients, on the idea that if he let out some of their blood, then maybe the disease would leave with it.
Now I know why you stayed away from them.
Right. All in all, Mother had more faith in the tonics and herbs that she grew in the garden. It seemed like there was a plant for whatever ailed you, and the plant's names sometimes even told you what they did. Names like feverfew and eyebright spoke for themselves, and there was one called bone set, which didn't cure broken bones, but did seem to help break a fever, especially bad ones, which Mother called break-bone fevers.
I was born before the days of antibiotics and real medicines. We just used home remedies, drugstore medicines, and plain old common sense. I recall contracting pneumonia when I was about 10 or so. I had a cough and my breath was rattly and I was real weak. I think I missed 3 or 4 weeks of school, home in bed. Even though it was the middle of winter, the doc told Mother to keep the bedroom windows open and to get me a mustard plaster.
What's a mustard plaster?
Oh, it was a big pad of linen gauze, which was soaked in a solution of mustard and laid across your chest. Oh, how it burned! Mother said it'd open up the pores in my chest, and the winter air would help kill the germs. Whether it worked or not, I'll never know. But here I am, 60 years later, telling you the story.
We seemed to get a lot more needles when I was young. Needles for everything, even vitamins sometimes. That's why I remember so well the first time I didn't have to get one. The Saturday my mom and Nana walked me down to the public schoolyard to get vaccinated against polio by eating a sugar cube. Now you see, my mother and grandmother were scared to death of us getting polio. It was the worst of all childhood diseases, and it could cripple or even kill you. We kids were always being warned to keep away from stagnant puddles of water, especially in the summer, polio season, 'cause that's where the disease spread. So when the vaccination came out, a few drops of medicine on a couple cubes of sugar, Mom got me there in a hurry, and for once, I didn't argue.
This is the bathroom of our house. A sink is nothing more than a big bowl for water with a drain pipe in the bottom. That way, water can be emptied down the drain instead of being carried outside a bucket at a time. And since every gallon of water weighs over 8 pounds, having indoor plumbing sure saves a lot of work.
I plugged up the drain once, but I forgot to turn the water off.
What happened? Did the water overflow?
No, I was lucky. Right before the water reached the top of the sink, it started to drain into those little holes under the faucet.
And then it ran down the back of the sink and down the drain. So the people who designed your sink saved your floors.
And my neck, too.
Drains are more than just straight pieces of pipe leading out of the bottom of the sink. If that were the case, water could empty out of the sink, but germs and bad air from the sewer lines could come right back up and into your house. Instead, drains have S-shaped sections of pipe in them called traps. Water caught in the traps stays in the drain pipe and seals off the sink from the rest of the sewer system, helping keep the bathroom clean and free from.
This is the bathroom of our house.
Soaps and shampoos might look and smell different and contain different ingredients, but they all do pretty much the same thing. When they mix with warm water, they lift off the dirt and oils that have built up on your skin and hair over the course of the day. And when you rinse off, the dirt and soap go down the drain and your skin is clean. When a pig is slaughtered, everything is used except the squeal.
I've heard that before. It's an old farm saying.
And it's true, too. Just about everything is used. Fat from pigs and other farm animals, for instance, is boiled down into a liquid and mixed with lye and other ingredients. And as the mixture cools down, it hardens into a huge piece of soap, which is then cut into bars of different sizes and wrapped for sale.
This is the bathroom of our house.
Every living thing, grass and trees, horses and seahorses, even you and I, constantly changes and grows. Take people, for instance. We breathe in air, drink water, and eat food, which our bodies need to give us the energy to grow and to live our lives. But we also need to get rid of things from our bodies that aren't good for us or that have been used up. And that's why we go to the bathroom. Toilets take our body's wastes and flush them down the drain and away from where we live, either to a sewage treatment plant or deep into the ground where nature changes it back into new soil over a period of time.
Before the days of indoor plumbing, when you had to go to the bathroom, you headed outside to the outhouse, no matter what the weather. Every house and farm had one when I was a kid. Some families called them privies, some called them necessaries, and some even the twilight. They were usually made of wood and just big enough to sit down in. And sometimes there were even two, built side by side. The one with the image of the sun carved into the door was for men, while the one with the crescent moon was for women.
The two most important parts of a toilet are the tank and the bowl. When you flush the toilet, water drains from the tank down into the bowl, forcing the wastewater down the drain and through the soil pipe. Fresh water then fills the tank, and it's ready for the next flush. This is the bathroom of our house. This is the bedroom.
Mirrors come in all shapes and sizes, from ones small enough to fit in a pocketbook or purse, to mirrors the size of entire walls. The things you see reflected in flat mirrors look normal, but curved or wavy mirrors, like the kind you see in a funhouse, can make you look real tall and skinny or short and fat as a cartoon character. Any shiny surface can be a mirror. In fact, mirrors are usually no more than a flat sheet of wood or plastic covered with a shiny silver film and covered by another sheet of glass.
To understand how a mirror works, you only need to think about a couple of things. First, the reason you can see a car or a dog or anything else for that matter is that sunlight bounces or reflects off the object and your eyes pick up the light. Second, remember that light travels in a straight line. Now, if you stand right in front of a mirror, the daylight that's bouncing off your face hits the mirror and reflects right back to you again. Your eyes pick it up, and you see yourself. Get the picture? But if you move off to one side of the mirror, daylight is still bouncing off your face and still reflecting off the mirror, but it bounces away from your eyes rather than back at them, so you can't see yourself.
Long before glass mirrors, and even before the little copper and bronze mirrors that men and women used in ancient times, people were able to find out what they looked like. Can you guess how? Well, anybody who's ever seen their reflection in a pond already knows the answer. Water reflects light just like a mirror, and the stiller the water is, the better the reflection will be. So even if the only water nearby was a fast-moving stream, all you'd need would be a bucket or a pail. Scoop up a bucket full of water into the pail, wait for it to settle down, and there's your mirror right in front of your face.
This is the bedroom.
All kinds of jewelry are kept inside a jewelry box. Watches and rings, bracelets and necklaces, genuine gold and silver pieces alongside cheap costume jewelry. Real jewelry is made from precious metals like gold, silver, and platinum, and precious stones like diamonds, rubies, sapphires, and emeralds. The metals are very shiny and can be carved into wonderful designs, while the stones are clear and of all different colors. These stones are cut and polished so that when light shines into them, it bounces around inside the stone so that it seems to glow from within. Costume jewelry is made from cheaper materials, but is designed either to be very colorful or to look like expensive, real jewelry. In fact, some man-made materials, like something called cubic zirconium, cannot be told apart from real diamonds except by a trained jeweler using special equipment.
Most real jewelry is made from minerals which are found in the earth. Whether it's a metal like gold or a stone like a diamond, it's probably been mined or dug out from deep in the ground. Then it must be melted, purified, and cast into shape, or cut and polished before it begins to look like jewelry.
But how about pearls?
Pearls are a different story. They come from oysters living on the floor of the ocean. Some jewelry used to be made from the bodies of wild animals.
Like ivory, you mean?
Right. Ivory is a beautiful hard white material which comes from the horns of elephants. In the past, so many people wanted jewelry and other ornaments made from ivory that elephants were in danger of becoming extinct, just so people could wear ivory jewelry. Then, nations began to pass laws to prevent ivory from being bought and sold. This is the bedroom. We take two kinds of photos today. One kind comes from a roll of film that must be sent away for developing, and another kind which develops right in your hand as you watch it. Our picture album is bright and colorful and filled with page after page of the special days and times in our lives. But, you know what?
What?
No matter whether a picture was taken at the beach or on the front porch or under the Christmas tree, as time goes by, we tend to forget the occasion and just look at the faces of our family and friends. And that's why pictures are so special to us, because they help us remember.
Of course, there were no photographs available when I was a girl in the days of Franklin and Washington. But that didn't mean we didn't have pictures. If you traveled to any fair-sized town in those days, you could have your portrait painted by a miniaturist.
What's a miniaturist?
Artists who painted portraits that were small enough to carry in a pocket. The smallest portrait I ever saw, though, was one of my older cousin, which she sent to her fiancé while he was serving in the field with General Lafayette. Now this picture was no bigger than a child's thumbnail, and it was enclosed in a locket made to look like one of the brass buttons on his uniform.
The number of photographs our family had could be counted on the fingers of one hand. When one of the family went into the city, they might visit a studio to be photographed, but that was a rare occasion. Father told me how he and some other soldiers got photographed as their regiment was passing south through Philadelphia during the war between the states. The photographer had a split-rail fence right there in the studio, set up in front of a painted battle scene. Pa stood there in his corporal's uniform, rifle in hand, not moving a muscle, while about 50 other soldiers waited outside for their turn in front of the camera.
We didn't have lots of pictures in the family album when I was a girl, but we treasured the ones we had. The picture album had a place of honor on the parlor bookshelf, right next to the family Bible. The pictures inside weren't black and white. They were more of a reddish tan color, sepia tones we called them. They had white borders and edges that were cut into decorative shapes and patterns, and came in all different sizes depending on the type of camera you had. And just as in most families, our very best pictures didn't make it to the album, well, not right away. They were the ones that Mom framed and set on the mantel and the piano, where they could be seen day in and day out.
I remember my mom sitting at the dining room table one evening each autumn when I was a boy, organizing the summer's pictures to put in our family album. The photos were all black and whites, and the pages in the album were soft and black, almost like a blotter. She labeled the pictures very slowly and carefully using white ink and an old-fashioned pen that she dipped into the ink bottle every 2 or 3 letters. She used little black paste on corners to hold the pictures on the pages. That way, no paste got on the pictures themselves. And before long, the rest of the family was gathered around the table too, going through the pictures, talking and laughing and telling family stories that got more exaggerated every year. This is the bedroom.
A woman's bureau is sometimes called a dresser, which is short for dressing table. They're long, low pieces of furniture, usually made out of wood. They have lots of drawers for storing clothing, and on top you can sometimes find a jewelry box, a perfume tray, maybe some pictures or other keepsakes, and usually a mirror, which attaches to the back of the dresser.
This is the bedroom.
Cameras have gotten smaller and smaller and are doing more and more than ever before. They'll focus your pictures for you, make sure the lighting is right, and even stamp the date and time right on the film. And with some cameras, you don't even have to send your film away to be developed. As soon as you shoot the picture, it shoots out of the camera, and you can watch the image appear, color by color, right in your own hand. Our word camera comes from an old phrase, camera obscura, which means dark little room. And that's just what a camera is, a dark little box which lets a tiny little bit of light in for just a tiny part of a second, just a blink of an eye, really, just enough to form an image on the film. But in the old days, say about 400 years ago in Italy, painters would actually get inside a camera obscura to see the image of the outside world that came in through the tiny opening and learn how to draw pictures which looked like real life.
My pop was what we called a shutterbug when I was a kid. He was always posing Mom and my sister and me for a photograph at the seashore, in front of the house, by the Model T, just about anywhere. We had a big box camera called a Brownie, and Dad didn't hold it up to his eye. Instead, he held it at waist level and looked down into the viewfinder. It's funny, though, with all the pictures that Pop took, there aren't that many pictures of him. He never made it around to the front of the camera.
We didn't call them pictures or photographs back in the 1950s. They were just snapshots. You could take them in a wink, without bothering to set people up in poses where they had to stand stock still, and no need for special lighting either. Our cameras came with their own flash bulbs, little light bulbs that you used once, then threw away. When my mom took the last picture on a roll of film, she'd send me off to the drugstore with it for processing. And a week or two later, back would come our black and white snapshots attached together in a long strip. This is the bedroom.
You can learn a lot about adults by watching how they act or by listening to what they say. But if you really want to find out about what makes them tick, ask them about their keepsakes, the things they keep for no other reason than the memories and feelings attached to them. And more often than not, you'll find there's a story or two attached there as well. Take my dad, for instance. One day, when I was about 7, he showed me what was in a little wooden chest that he kept away up on top of his bureau. When I was real little, he used to tell me that's where his treasures were, and naturally I thought we were rich. But all the chest held was one of my baby teeth, a picture of Mom clipped from her high school yearbook, his first driver's license, his Army dog tags, and a broken watch. Some treasures! But when he sat down on the side of the bed and laid them out one by one, the stories I heard made me think again, let me tell you.
This is the bedroom. How do we wake up in the morning? Some of us, the lucky ones, seem to have a clock inside of us that lets us know when it's time to get up. The rest of us?
That's easy. Alarm clocks.
Right. And today's digital alarm clocks, the ones with numbers rather than dials, even let you choose how you want to be wakened. Light sleepers may just need their favorite radio station to flip on, but the rest of us need more than the radio. We need beeps or chirps or buzzers or bells, louder and louder until we finally wake up.
You've heard the expression, she gets up with the birds. Well, that was me when I was growing up in our little farm back in the 1780s. First light would set our rooster off and start crowing for all he was worth. Now, the funny thing was, he didn't go off at the same time every morning. Sometimes he'd start crowing right in the middle of the night, and then you'd have to judge from the other animals and sounds how near morning actually was. But nobody counted minutes back then anyway. People judged morning, noon, and evening more by the sun and stars than by clocks, and that's how you reckoned your days.
The only clock in the house when I was a child sat on the parlor mantel, so of course we didn't use it to wake us up. Mom would hear the milk wagon clattering down the street at about the same time each morning, or she'd count the church bells, or she'd hear the whistle of the morning train as it stopped to take on water down at the station. Probably, though, she was already awake. You see, she was used to getting up about the same time day after day, and as she always said, habits are hard to break, and old habits are hardest of all.
My parents had a little gold wind-up alarm clock that sat on Pop's bureau all the way across the room from their bed. It had a bright white face and big black numbers, and on top were 2 brass bells and a hammer. That alarm woke up the entire house. As a matter of fact, you could even hear its ticking 2 rooms away. Every night, Pop would have to wind the clock and the alarm, and even then the alarm would only ring about 10 seconds or so before it ran down. But believe me, that was enough.
Neither Mom nor Dad found it very easy to get up in the mornings when I was a kid. I was usually up earlier than either of them. But even when I learned how to tell time, I didn't wake them up. They were too grumpy. No, I let the alarm clock do that job. It was just a little electric clock, plastic, I think. Its dial was square and lighted so you could see what time it was during the night. It had one big button on top, which Dad would hit every morning to turn off the buzzer. You see, Dad's eyes weren't open yet, so he couldn't really see the clock, so he just sort of hit everything he could reach on the night table until he finally got the clock. This is the bedroom. Most beds have three parts to them: a wood or metal frame, a box spring, and a mattress. The frame supports the bed off the floor, and the box spring sits inside the frame, giving support to the mattress, which is the part you lie on. Most two-person beds these days are either queen-sized or king-sized. King-sized beds are so big that their box springs come in two parts, each about the width of a normal twin bed, but longer.
Why?
Because otherwise you couldn't move them through doorways or up the stairs.
Probably the most beautiful piece of furniture my mother and father owned, aside from the grandfather clock in the hallway, of course, was their cherry four-poster bed. It was called a four-poster because it had 4 high wooden posts, one at each corner, standing about 6.5 feet high. A canopy on a wooden frame stretched across the post like a cloth roof over the bed, and during winter, Mother would let down cloth curtains from the canopy.
Why'd she do that?
To keep out the draft, of course. And during the summer, fine cotton gauze let the breezes through, but kept the mosquitoes out. Well, some of them anyway. I remember 2 things the most about Mom and Pop's bed from when I was a girl in the 20s. One was how high it was off the floor, much higher than beds today. It was dark walnut and had a beautiful flowered quilt on it, and a lighter colored one for the summer, and it squeaked like crazy when you jumped on it.
You said you remembered 2 things. What was the other?
The other thing was the pillow. Mom called it a bolster. It stretched across the entire bed. One bolster took care of 2 people. But I didn't care about that. All that mattered to me was that I got to it first when a pillow fight broke out. My brothers might have been able to swing their little pillows faster, but when I finally caught them with the bolster, they knew it, believe me.
When I was a boy, my parents had a double bed in their bedroom. Its frame was made from a dark wood called mahogany, and each corner post was carved in the shape of pineapples. I remember Saturday mornings in winter, before the sun was even up, crawling in between Mom and Dad while they were sleeping. They kept me warmer than any blanket could, that's for sure. I'd watch through the blinds to see the sky brighten little by little, or if it was raining, I'd watch the water drip off the eaves and gutters. But if it was snowing, well, I made sure that nobody in the house stayed in bed in that case. This is the bedroom.
A chest is a piece of furniture that is really nothing more than a big box, usually one with a lock on it. Some chests are lined on the inside with wood from a cedar tree. The cedar gives what's inside the chest a clean, wonderful smell. It's almost like bringing a forest indoors. Now, it used to be that linens and bedclothes would be stored in a cedar chest from one season to the next. But nowadays, people store all sorts of precious mementos inside. High school yearbooks and photo albums, love letters, and baby shoes to keep them safe and sound as the years go by.
This is the bedroom.
The clothing we choose to wear can tell us quite a lot about how we think of ourselves. It's true. Take a look around you. Does your dad wear a shirt and tie around the house? Does your mom wear a house dress on weekends? Probably not. In America today, both young and old are likely to wear casual, comfortable clothes that go well with an informal and physically active lifestyle. Clothes like jeans, t-shirts, sport shirts, and sweatsuits with neon bright colors and flashy designs. Sneakers or slip-on shoes that can be worn with or without socks. And our clothes can be read as well as worn. Product names, funny sayings, designs, team logos, and pictures find their way onto almost everything we wear or carry. And the wilder looking, the better. Our men wore homespun clothing, mainly in dark, sober colors. Their shirts were usually loose-fitting. Their breeches reached just beneath the knee, and stockings and square-toed buckled shoes finished off their outfits. Country folk back in Lincoln's day didn't have a sense of style as such. They wore what they had, and they wore what made sense. Working farmers wore handmade trousers and shirts made from dyed cotton or linen. They wore suspenders and straw hats, and usually high leather boots to protect their feet and ankles from the rocks and thistles and brambles on the land they worked.
A shirt and tie was the order of the day for grown-ups when I was a youngster back in the 20s. Whether you were just out for a stroll on a summer evening, visiting with your family for Sunday dinner, or just going out to the ballpark for an afternoon baseball game. My pop always wore a necktie, though a couple of my uncles favored bow ties. Eating soup was easier, they'd tell me. And I remember some of the real old-timers who wore their starch collars turned up so you could see their neckties even in back.
My dad usually wore a button-down shirt and twill pants around the house back in the 50s when I was a kid.
That's what most men wear today, isn't it?
Look again. My dad never wore jeans, dungarees, he called them, unless he was doing some very dirty job, and almost never wore a t-shirt or knit polo shirt either. All his shirts were cotton and buttoned down the front, lightweight in the summer, heavier flannel in the winter. Pants were usually cotton too, except for his dress and winter weight ones, which were made from wool and had to be dry cleaned. This is the bedroom. A bureau where a man usually keeps his clothing has a different shape than a woman's dresser. It's higher and more narrow, and it has fewer drawers too, but they're usually bigger. There might be a drawer for shirts and one for socks, a drawer for underwear, and another deep one for sweaters and bulky clothes. The wood used to make bureaus and other bedroom furniture comes from all different kinds of trees. Cherry trees, walnut trees, oak trees, and pine trees, mainly ones cut from American forests which are replanted right away with saplings to make sure that we don't run out of forests in the future. This is the bedroom. Today, dress hats for men seem almost as out of date as dinosaurs. Almost nobody wears them anymore. As a matter of fact, American men dress casually anytime they can. The hats we do wear are liable to be baseball caps in all different colors and with all different names and pictures on front. Some have names of sports teams, others have pictures or little slogans, and some even have product names written on the front.
Hats come in all shapes and sizes and do all sorts of different jobs. Hard hats and helmets protect our heads from bumps. A fire hat has a wide brim back to keep water from running down the firefighter's neck. An Easter bonnet helps us look beautiful. And a baseball cap has a peak to keep the sun out of our eyes. But most importantly, hats act like little portable roofs to protect our bodies from extreme heat or cold, and help keep our body temperature where it should be. And wearing a hat in winter, for example, does more than just keep our head warm. It actually keeps our entire body warm, since almost 1/3 of our body heat loss on a cold day occurs through our head. Hats have probably been around for as long as clothing has been, because it's just as important to protect your head from the sun and the weather as it is the rest of your body. In fact, it's probably only in the last 30 years or so, when people started driving heated cars everywhere they went, and no longer had to walk or stand outside in the weather waiting for streetcars, that wearing hats became unnecessary. Hats, of course, were very easy to come by. A seamstress could stitch together a simple cloth cap in a matter of hours. And the straw hats the country boys wore all summer long were just woven with all sorts of little individual twists, right there on the farm.
One of the styles in colonial America was the tricorn, or three-cornered hat. It had a little round crown to it, and a brim that was rolled up in the back and again on either side to a point in the front, so as to look like a triangle. That's the kind of hat that most soldiers wore during the War for Independence. My older brother wore his home from the Battle of Yorktown, and he kept it proudly for the rest of his life.
Derbies were the style back in the 1860s, at least in the East anyway. They had a round crown or top to them, and a narrow little brim that turned up at the edges. I recall going once with my pop down to the train depot to meet his sister from out west. I think she was coming in from the Wyoming territory. There we were, right in the center of Baltimore, with all these cowboys piling off the train and going right by me. You could tell 'em by their hats, not a derby among 'em. They all wore wide-brimmed Stetsons, the kind we called 10-gallon hats, which had crowns so big and tall that it looked like you could fill them up with about 10 gallons of water.
We had a mirror in our hallway back home when I was a kid. It had about half a dozen wooden pegs at the bottom for people to hang their hats on as they came into the house. It was the first thing I checked when I got home to see if Dad's cap was there. If it was, Dad was home. If it wasn't, he wasn't. Simple as that. He never went anywhere without it, winter or summer. It was made of a soft wool cloth and had a button that snapped it down at the peak, but nobody wore his cap unbuttoned. Dad's was made in a pattern called a houndstooth check, and it came straight from Ireland. When it wore out, he'd go around the avenue to the hat shop. He'd call it the haberdashery, 'cause the word always made me laugh, and get another one just like that.
When I was young, everybody wore hats, men and women alike. Dad thought that you weren't really dressed up without one. Most men wore hats called fedoras. They were made out of felt and had a snap brim that went all the way around. They were great for keeping the rain off your neck and the sun out of your eyes. The neat thing about fedoras was that you could shape them yourself. You could put a deep crease in the crown or pull the peak down over one eye to look like a spy or a movie star. I used to watch exactly how my dad put his hat on and then try to imitate it in the mirror. This is the bedroom. A bureau where a man usually keeps. This is the bedroom.
Most women today wear dresses only occasionally. Pants and slacks are more practical for the way we live, and they're more comfortable too. We usually wear sweatsuits or jeans and sweaters around the house in cool weather, and shorts and t-shirts during the summer. And for dressing up or going to the office, it's usually a jacket with either matching slacks or a skirt. But you know something funny? Sneakers are so comfortable that many women wear them, even with their best clothing, and keep a pair of dress shoes in the office to change into. Women of all classes wore much the same style of clothing during Washington's day, whether we were rich or poor, from the city or the countryside. Mothers' clothes were fashioned from homespun linen. More well-to-do ladies wore silk, while the poor and the servants usually wore cheap calico cloth. Mother wore a cloth bonnet. On her legs she wore white stockings and leather-buckled shoes. Women's fashions in Lincoln's day didn't change nearly as quickly as they do today. For one thing, word of new styles didn't get around very fast. Remember, most American women lived in the country or in small towns. And also, folks couldn't afford to buy a dress just because it was new. No, for the most part, women bought or made dresses when they needed them, and not before. Everyday dresses were usually simple cotton prints which were drawn in at the waist and reached down to the ankles. And for special occasions, women wore dresses made from yards of material frilled and gathered in the back, and topped it all off with a snug-fitting jacket. When my mom was a girl, she worked in an office doing what we used to think of as a man's job. You see, it was during World War I, and most of the able-bodied men were off fighting in France. And I think that it was because women were out in the world that their style of clothing changed so much too. It got much more practical, even if it was less stylish. Gone were the corsets and stays and elaborate hats of earlier days. My mother wore soft, kind of shapeless clothing, dresses with sloped shoulders and no waist, and sensible, squared-off-looking shoes. And even her hairstyle changed. She had it bobbed or cut short, almost like a man's. My mom wore slacks around the house back in the mid-1950s.
My mom does too, all the time.
Oh, it's no big deal today, I know. But back then, most women wore house dresses during the day.
What are house dresses?
One-piece cotton print dresses that buttoned up the front and that had a belt at the waist, with pockets for clothespins or tissues or whatever. Mom said slacks were warmer in the winter, but dresses in the summer kept her legs cooler.
This is the bedroom. This is the children's bedroom.
This is the attic of our house.
Attic ceilings have a pitch or slope to them for a couple of reasons. One, of course, is that if you angle the roof up away from your head, you give yourself more room. So a little crawl space can turn into a bedroom or playroom or office. But the most important reason has to do with the weather outside. You see, a sloped roof makes it harder for snow to collect in weights that might damage the roof. So as you go north to snowier lands, you'll probably find the roofs get steeper and steeper.
Behind the attic ceiling are the bones of the roof. This skeleton is made of lengths of wood with different names and different jobs to do. Rafters are the long pieces of lumber which go up from the side walls of the house and meet at the top. They form the roof itself and define its slope or pitch. At the very top is the roof beam, which runs the length of the roof and is where the rafters are fastened.
Is there anything else up there?
Well, just like in the walls, there are probably electric wires up in the attic ceiling, which pass through holes drilled into the rafters and beams. And believe it or not, modern houses wear hats, just like people do. This hat is made of insulation. It keeps heat in the house during the cold winter months and helps keep the hot sun out during the summer. This is the attic of our house. A computer workstation is simply a modern desk designed especially to accommodate a personal computer and all the equipment that accompanies it.
Like printers, you mean?
Right. And CPUs and monitors and keyboards and speakers and disc holders, any number of things. The trick is to fit all these things into the space of a standard desk, while at the same time paying attention to the comfort and safety of the user. You see, an old-fashioned desk was designed for writing and typing, storing pens and paper and whatnot. But at a computer-age workstation, work gets done in a far different fashion.
Now, Yankee craftsmen produced some of the finest wood furniture the world has ever seen in Washington and Jefferson's day. Writing desks and secretaries, Philadelphia highboys and sideboards with hand-carved fronts. Oh, they were wonders of the world. But the most comfortable piece of furniture my father ever used was a simple cherry wood standing desk. While others preferred to sit at their desks to work, Father could spend all morning composing letters standing comfortably at his desk. Standing was better for his back, he said. Too many coach journeys over bad roads had left him with something of a condition. And besides, he always thought better on his feet anyway.
Mother's younger brother Ezra enlisted in the Union Army during the spring of 1862. Before he left, they promised to write each other once every week while he was gone, and each was faithful to that promise. Every Friday evening, Mother got out her lap desk, kind of a flat wooden box with a slanted top, and wrote Ezra a long letter in which she told him of news of family and home. And when she received letters, sometimes months would go by without one, then 2 or 3 would come in one packet. She'd read them aloud to us, then carefully place them inside her lap desk. My Uncle Ezra fell in battle shortly after the Battle of Gettysburg in the summer of 1863. Mother bound his letters in a black ribbon along with a newspaper account of Mr. Lincoln's Gettysburg address, and they remained in her lap desk for the rest of her life.
My pop's big oak roll-top desk was easily the most magical piece of furniture in the house. Mom sure didn't think so. She called it Pop's white elephant and said it took the exact spot where a piano should be. Well, that old roll-top was big, that's for sure. It occupied an entire corner of our living room. It must have had 50 little cubby holes hiding there under the roll-down lid, and my sister and I used to sneak in and rummage through them when we thought he wasn't around. In them, he kept his pipe, a beat-up old baseball, a high school picture of Mom, a couple of scribbled drawings that we kids gave him when we were toddlers, and 1 or 2 of his favorite books. The drawers on the bottom weren't nearly as interesting. They had bills and checks and account books and stationery. But the cubby holes behind the roll top, it was like going through a little museum of my pop's life.
This is the attic of our house. Did you ever play the game called 20 Questions? You know, where you think of something and the other players ask you questions about it, and you can only answer yes or no to them?
We played in the car all the time.
Well, when you were answering yes or no, you were acting just like a computer.
You mean the computer plays 20 questions with itself?
Actually, the computer asks itself millions of questions each second, and each one is like a little switch that can only be off or on, yes or no.
They must be the fastest switches in the world.
You bet. So when you ask the computer a question, or type in a command, and it comes back with a result in a second or 2, it does it by playing a little electronic version of 20 million questions, right there in front of you. This is the attic of our house.
Today's pens and pencils cost so little that we forget what fine machines they actually are. Rollerball pens, for example, send out a smooth, even flow of liquid ink without leaking or blotching in hot or cold weather. Some even write upside down and underwater. And mechanical pencils engineered to perfectly fit the shape of your hand let you write with lead no wider than half a millimeter. Just right for your math and science homework.
Ink comes from all sorts of places. For hundreds of years, for example, inks of different colors were made from the crushed flowers and leaves of plants. But the blackest ink of all is called India ink, made from lampblack.
What's lampblack?
Did you ever see the black rime that collects on glass globes near a burning candle or oil lamp?
Sure, you can even see it in the smoke sometimes.
Right. Well, that soot is called lampblack, and that's where India ink came from. Father always made sure his knife was sharp, before setting to work making a supply of goose feathers into quilled pens. You see, goose feathers were in plentiful supply in our area and were just about the right size for a pen, big enough to hold a good supply of ink without running out.
How did the feathers hold the ink?
Well, feathers are hollow on the inside. They have to be, or the poor bird would never get off the ground. So, if you take this hollow feather and make a little angled cut at the very tip, where it begins to narrow, then when you dip the feather into your inkwell, ink will fill up the hollow inside of the feather. But if you didn't make a smooth cut in the quill with a sharp knife, the ink would run out onto the paper unevenly, and your work would be ruined.
When my mom sat down to write a letter, she needed not only pen and paper, but also an inkstand, ink bottle, and blotter. You see, her pen didn't have its own supply of ink. She would dip a pen point into the ink bottle, write a few words, blot them dry, dip her pen into the inkwell, and write a few more, and so on. Writing a page of script was quite an art, I should know. My first attempts left more ink stains on the paper than words, and more ink on my fingers than on the paper.
Ballpoint pens were just becoming popular when I was a kid. The ink lasted a whole lot longer than the ink in a fountain pen, and they didn't leak all over. But even so, we weren't allowed to use them for our schoolwork. Our teachers didn't like the way they left little ink blotches on our papers every time the pen changed direction. It made our writing look messy at the very time they were trying to teach us good penmanship. But the main reason we couldn't use them was that the ink was indelible. Once you wrote a word, you almost had to erase a hole in the paper to get rid of it. Talk about messy-looking papers.
This is the attic of our house.
Paper comes in all shapes, sizes, and thicknesses. And over the years, printers, writers, and others who work with paper have made up a language of their own to describe paper. For example, do you know what a watermark is?
Stains that you get on paper?
No, it's the words or marks that you can see when you hold a really good piece of paper up to the light. The letters aren't on the paper so much as in it. Now there's letter and legal-sized paper, sizes marked A5 and B4, and even one called fool's cap.
I wore one of those last Halloween.
Actually, a fool's cap or dunce's cap used to be a watermark on one brand of paper. But today, it just means a very long sheet that printers use in their work. Most paper and cardboard today are made from wood pulp.
That means it starts out as a tree in the forest.
Right. Now, to make a Sunday newspaper for a big city takes an awful lot of paper. In fact, it uses the wood from thousands of trees.
That's right. Dolly and I know all about that. We're experts on newspapers. After all, that's where we live.
So if everybody would just recycle their newspapers and other paper and cardboard, paper could be made without cutting down more trees, right?
Right.
Here in the West, paper is usually made from one of two materials, wood pulp or cotton. Cheaper grades of paper are made from wood that is mashed and boiled into a pulp and then pressed into sheets. Paper made from wood pulp turns yellow and brittle as it gets older. Leave a newspaper out on your porch for a day or two, and then compare its color to a new one, and you'll see what I mean. Now, paper made from cotton is called rag paper, because in the old days it used to be made from old cotton rags. It's whiter than pulp paper and much better to work with, and it will last almost forever. In some museums there are books 1,000 years old made from rag paper, whose pages are still fresh and white and easy to turn. This is the attic of our house.
Long before you could go to the supermarket and pick up a pound or two of ground beef out of the meat case, folks were using hand-powered meat grinders right in their own kitchens. Some grinders stood by themselves, and some clamped onto the kitchen table. You'd feed in scraps of pork or chicken or beef into the bowl, crank the handle, and out the bottom end would come long strings of ground meat, ready for cooking into meatballs, sausages, meat pies, whatever. Long before you could go to the supermarket and pick up a...
This is the attic of our house.
Now, when you look into the attic floor, you're also looking at the second floor bedroom ceilings, you know. It's the same thing. Beneath the floor are strong pieces of lumber called joists, and they do a couple of jobs. First, they help hold the walls of the house apart. Second, they hold the walls of the house together. And of course, they separate one floor from another. Water pipes and drains, air ducts and electrical wires all make their way through and alongside the floor joists, and they're covered on top with plywood to make the attic floor, and on the bottom with plaster or sheetrock to make the bedroom ceiling.
This is the attic of our house.
Shaving mugs like this used to sit in every bathroom, long before the days of electric shavers, safety razors, and aerosol cans of shaving cream. Since Dad had to scrape off his whiskers each morning with a straight razor, a kind of very sharp knife, you can bet that he wanted his whiskers to be soft as possible. After wetting his face with warm water, he'd rub his shaving brush over the soap in his shaving mug, then rub the brush across his whiskers to work up a lather. Then he went to work on his whiskers with the straight razor and the styptic pencil on the sink, just in case.
What's a styptic pencil?
Styptic pencils were like soft wax crayons. If Dad nicked himself with the razor, he'd rub the styptic pencil on the cut to prevent it from bleeding. Because if your face had any cuts or scabs on it, you'd be sure to nick them open again the next morning.
This is the attic of our house.
The way we keep our shoes on has sure gone through a lot of changes since George Washington's day. From shoe buckles to slip-on boots to shoe buttons to shoelaces to the Velcro we use today. But probably the hardest shoes to fasten were the ones that had shoe buttons. For those you needed a button hook. A button hook was really kind of a lever. You put it through the leather buttonhole on one side of the shoe's flap and then over top the shoe button on the other side and use the button hook to pull the buttonhole over the button. You see, the shoes fit too tightly to button them with just your fingers alone. The way we keep...
This is the attic of our house.
In years gone by, many of the things we'd buy from stores were made in the home instead. Take clothing, for instance. It would have been unthinkable for women to buy ready-made clothes from a store when they could make their own more cheaply. Women cut and sewed dresses for themselves using dressmakers' dummies for models. The dummies could be had in all shapes and sizes, and the seamstress would pin the fabric together on the dummy, make any alterations she needed, and be able to sew together a dress that would fit her just right.
What about the cloth? Did they make that too?
Not usually. They would go to the general store or dry goods store, as they were sometimes called, and buy cloth by the yard in whatever pattern or color pleased them.
This is the attic of our house. Like many other appliances in our house, today's sewing machines are controlled by tiny onboard computers, which make them very powerful and also easy to use.
You can set or program any one of dozens of different kinds of stitches, adjust automatically to the different fabric thicknesses, even sew with 2 needles at once.
Elias Howe didn't really invent the first sewing machine, but he did invent the first one small enough to be used in the home. And as is the case with many inventors, Mr. Howe had to find a way of proving his new machine's value.
So what did he do?
He arranged a sewing contest with himself and his new machine on the one side, and 5 experienced seamstresses on the other, and whoever could sew fastest won.
Did he win?
Quite easily. And within a very few years, the sound of sewing machines could be heard in virtually every home in the land.
I remember the quilting parties that my mother and I attended when I was a girl in President Washington's day. Women came from miles around. It was one of the few chances we had to sit and socialize, and to put our hands to good use at the same time. In the summer, we'd sit out in the fresh air and use the long hours of daylight, while in the winter-time, the party would move indoors and we'd sew by hearth and candlelight. Now, Mother was an excellent seamstress. Her squares were some of the most finely stitched in the quilt, so you can imagine how proud I was when she finally said my own sewing was good enough to join with the other women. It was like I'd grown up.
Now, you may think that a sewing machine powered by your own 2 feet is a terrible inconvenience, but that sure isn't how we looked at it back in the 20s when I was a young girl learning to sew. It was either that or run all the stitches by hand, and when you spent most evenings after supper either mending clothes or making new ones, you loved anything that would lighten the load.
How did it work?
Well, the treadle was connected to a type of pulley, and a leather belt went from the pulley up to the drive wheel at the back end of the sewing machine. When you rocked your feet back and forth, the pulley moved the sewing needle up and down, much faster than could ever have been done by hand.
This is the attic of our house. One of the best things about an attic is that it's kind of a large treasure chest. Almost anything can find its way up there. Sometimes the stuff is just junk, but sometimes family heirlooms, old-fashioned pictures, century-old diaries, and other relics are hidden. The funny thing is, as the world changes faster and faster, memories of everyday life and days gone by seem more important to us, even more than historical events. My parents, for instance, saved the daily newspapers whenever great events occurred, like when Neil Armstrong took his first step on the moon. But they didn't just clip the headlines, they saved the whole paper. And now it's more fun to read the sports page from that day, or the local news and editorial columns, because that's where you find out how people really lived and what they worried about, and even how much they paid for a car, or a loaf of bread for that matter. So you see, whatever might be in your attic, the most important treasure you can find there is your own past, because it's like finding a missing part of yourself. This is the attic of our house.